board retreat for Azure Fields Charter High School, where we want to call our meeting to order at
8:30.
at 8:30. Some technical difficulties earlier. And I'd like to open with the verse for America. And if we could have all of us say it together, that would be very nice.
Oh, it's here on the agenda. Sarah, I think it might be helpful if you put the agenda up. Yeah, she's gonna have it up there. Okay.
Okay, ready? And begin.
May
our feeling penetrate into the center of our heart and seek in love to unite itself with the human beings seeking the same goal, with the spirit beings who bearing grace, strengthening us from realms of light and illuminating our love, are gazing down upon our earnest, heartfelt striving. Rudolf Steiner. Today, we're going to begin with the issue of the oath of office, and established charter schools implement the oath of office for their governing board members before they enter upon new duties in the new term of office. Because the statutory requirements took effect as part of Senate Bill 186, the timeline for implementing the oath applies to established boards in the following manner. When existing board members must take the oath. Upon reappointment of reelection, the current board members who are already serving when the law took effect do not need to pause midterm to take the oath. However, they must take and subscribe to the oath immediately upon being reelected or reappointed to a subsequent term. New midterm appointments, if an established board appoints a new member to fill a vacancy in midterm, that new member must take the oath before attending meetings or voting in an official capacity. Best practices for the board compliance is, while the strict legal trigger is the start of a member's new term, the Utah State Charter School Board and charter authorizers strongly encourage established boards to implement the policy proactively. A voluntary mass swearing in. Many existing schools choose to administer the oath in their entire current board at the start of the next upcoming school year or fiscal cycle to ensure clean record keeping. The immediate policies update. Established schools should immediately update their board bylaws and onboarding packets to include the mandatory text of the oath. And establish a permanent file. Ensure the school's administrative staff creates a secure, permanent repository for the signed oath forms, as authorizers can audit these records at any time. The board can recite the oath collectively. Utah law does not require board members to speak the words individually during a mass swearing-in ceremony. However, your school must ensure strict adherence to individual compliance and record-keeping requirements. How to conduct collective swearing in. If you proceed with a mass verbal recitation, structure the process around these parameters. The call to order. The board chair or administering official explicitly names every individual who is being sworn in for the record. Simultaneous recitation. The administering official reads the script phrase by phrase, and all participating members state "I" and say their own names simultaneously and repeat the rest of the text in unison. Individual signatures are mandatory. While the spoken ceremony can be shared, each member must physically sign their own individual oath form. A single group sign-in sheet does not satisfy the legal requirement to maintain individual permanent records for the authorizer.
Okay. This is all information on it, and we do have a thing to go ahead. Like, this is the script and the oath.
Mm-hmm.
I actually recommend putting it on our August meeting, as that's the next fiscal year. And
since we need a sign-in sheet also, I mean a form.
We also have sign-in forms that
Okay.
need to be distributed and signed and whatnot in the meeting. Potentially, we could have a member of the State Charter School Board join the meeting and administer the oath to the board collectively. So this is all of the information about the oath. just letting everybody know the August meeting is the start of our next fiscal year and would be an ideal time, and that gives us some time to make sure that it's fully organized and compliant.
Okay, so we will officially put off the oath
I think the
taking
board
until
needs to
August.
discuss it
Okay,
and make a decision on what they want to do.
okay. Well,
Is
it looks
it,
like we're not ready actually to do this. I don't have an individual oath form today for everyone.
Sarah's trying to make a call.
well, I was going to ask a question. Is it possible to send out those beforehand so that I could sign it and then turn it in the day of, like via email, or does it need to be mailed in?
I'm not sure. I think that's one of the things that need to be investigated.
Okay.
Yeah, for the people that are out of state, I think there's some investigation that possibly needs to be done about the best way to do that. So I think talking with the state charter school board, which we're doing next week, will help us clarify some of these answers.
Okay, so let's move forward then
I think the
with,
board needs to vote on when to do it, but
Oh.
I'm not sure. I don't. Is this a vote we didn't have? I mean, I don't know.
we just
Is
have
it
the
is it an
oath.
action item or is it a, I'm not sure. I don't know.
If we're putting it off until August, I think we could,
vote just to cover our bases.
Well,
But then
can
if
we
it's
legally
not,
vote
if a
though?
vote if a vote
Oh.
wasn't listed on the agenda, I don't know that it can be voted, although I'm not sure on this, Sarah.
Let's just
well, we
put
only had a vote
postponed
to
on
have
it.
the oath taken.
Okay.
Postponed, yes, I think postponed.
Okay. Make a note that this outline here was informational, like that, like this is informational and the plan is for the next fiscal year or something like, like that's our plan is to do this per the recommendation to start at the beginning of the fiscal year since it's only a month away.
Okay, we'll continue with our director, Carol Ann Gregory, doing an administration review for us. I'll turn the time to her.
Okay. So we've had a lot of things going on. We report to the State Charter School Board next Thursday for our readiness to open evaluation. Sarah, do you want to go ahead and open the pre-operational school evaluation? So this is the document from the state. You might want to zoom in. You can, there you go, that's better. So this is the document from the state for our readiness to open. Let me also pull it up for me. And the good news is that we are like 95, 98% done with all of these things. And we'll go over the things that aren't quite complete. So this is has been given to the Office of the State Charter School Board, and Betty Jimenez will help us present an update to the board on this progress. So we do some of the policies and things that were on this list that the board hasn't gotten to yet are on the agenda later today for you to look at and discuss. Many of the things have already been accomplished. And since we are deferring, we still have time for some of these other things. So we have clear notes and links to all of the things on the list, and Sarah, has this been emailed to the board? It's in the link in the agenda, so you should all have access to it there.
I can do a quick
So-
share with the board.
Okay. So as you can see, we have things done or that aren't applicable yet. In order to get reimbursed for federal school lunch program in 2027, the deadline is November. So like there's a lot of things on here that we have in progress. We've completed it to the best of our ability, or they don't apply to us at this time. We only had 28 students for final enrollment numbers. As far as applicants, the real final number of students that completed registration, turning in paperwork, ready to go, we have their transcripts and all of that, was 6, and only 6 more initiated that full registration process. So our numbers just never grew. Our interest list continues to grow, and future student interest continues to grow. But as far as registrations for this year, the numbers never got there. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But that's the pre-operational checklist that's being given to the office of the charter school board, and they will help us in a presentation next week of these are all of the things. So the good news is we don't have to spend time next year setting up Aspire and writing the school handbook and all of those things. Really, we can focus our efforts on the marketing piece. We have all of our schedules. We have just like all of the systems stuff in place. We even have the bulk of our teachers hired. So I'll get into those details in a minute, but really the bulk of the work for this deferral year is just enrollments. Are there any questions on this?
Everyone should now have a copy of it in their email.
Any questions on this checklist? Okay. So that brings us to the need to defer. You can go back to the agenda, Sarah. Like I said, we only had a total of 1 9th grader and 5 10th graders complete the enrollment process. 6 more initiated that registration. There were 2 students that initiated registration and then notified us that they decided to go to other schools. So there's a little bit of up and down in those numbers. We had close to 30, around 28, 29, who started the application process. We have several stages. We have incoming leads is just, hey, I'm interested, give me more information. They may or may not be the correct grade levels, but they want to engage with our school in some way. Then we have our applicants who fill out the application form. They give us the grade of their student, the name and contact information, and then they get their offer letter saying you're accepted. When we don't meet our full capacity, everyone is automatically accepted after the lottery date. So that's the process we've been working with. After they fill out that acceptance and get the application and get the acceptance letter, they have to go in and register in Aspire. So we have them in our system, and then they have to bring in their paperwork to finalize that that registration. So there were multiple setbacks this year. If you want to zoom in on that document, Sarah, I think it's kind of small for people. What happened?
Move the TV.
It's just the TV's default.
Okay, sorry about that. It stopped sharing to the TV. Okay. There we go. That's better. So we had multiple setbacks this year in and just the process in general, and none of this should be a surprise to the board. These are things we've been dealing all year. We did have difficulty finding a building location. We had a delay in being able to let our families know what that location was once we found one. Our feeder programs cut the grades that led directly into us, and there's strong evidence that we lost significant number of enrollments because of that, with several of the families we engaged with. We also didn't know what we didn't know. So there were some marketing deadlines with like the junior high schools have high school previews. They're early in the fall. We didn't find out about them until after they had passed. So there were little things like that I think ultimately all stacked up that led to greater challenges in us being able to get all of our hit all of our enrollment goals. But we also had many successes. There is a growing awareness of our program and growing excitement for what we're trying to offer. And we're having many positive interactions daily with the community, with interested parties. We have, we're building feeder school partnerships. We have a past articulation agreement with Wasatch Charter School. And then our task is to continue to build a relationship with that school for us to go to their activities, to have a presence there, that the families are familiar with us and they know how easy it is to transfer. Also being able to clearly answer their concerns about it being so far away with our later start time and our transportation plans. We are building a relationship with Treeside. In the past couple of months, we've been able to connect with them several times. We've gone to several of their events. We've been able to connect with their community, and they're becoming a pretty strong support and collaboration, and they're excited to feel more supported in the Waldorf community. We're also continuing to strengthen our relationship with Mountain Sunrise as our main feeder school, as our founding feeder school, if you will, and continuing to connect with them in community events and build relationships as their school dynamic continues to fluctuate and change. So at the UAPCS conference in the past couple of days, one of the workshops that I attended talked specifically about the importance of building these partnerships in building that momentum. When I think one of the problems was that we kind of got into an echo chamber with the people we were communicating with. We had kind of the same 30 families on our list, and they were the ones who were getting all of the information, but they had already received all of the information. So they'd already come to events, and so it was difficult to kind of get out of that. These partnerships with our feeder schools, and I think we can even reach out to other junior highs and elementary schools that are related in some way, and continue to build those relationships, because in doing that, we get out of that echo chamber and we have new people to share information. And just the more people that we can get exposed to our program, the easier it is to find the people who are looking for us. Billboards were pretty successful, according to the metrics and the numbers and the conversations. 1/4 of those enrollments, I know that the numbers are pretty small. Like we only had, 25, 28 people on that list, but 1/4 of them mentioned in their "how did you hear about us" that it was the billboard that brought them, which is a pretty high statistic. We had at least one strong faculty member that found us because he saw the billboard and said, "I have to be a part of this program. What can I do to support you?" We also have growing awareness. We had community checklist. We had not community checklist. We had community members reach out. We had a farm to table butcher saying, "I teach people how to be a butcher that uses 100% of the animal. Your students can graduate with that certification. Can we start a partnership?" So the billboards helped really get brand awareness and for people to know, here we are. I had multiple conversations with people that didn't have students in our age range, but were so excited that we finally have a Waldorf high school in Utah. So I think the billboards, while it was a significant expense, did a lot to help us spread the word with brand awareness And now that our name is out there and people are starting to hear about it, future contacts that we have with them, those stack up and build. Oh yeah, I saw your billboard on I-15. Like when I start talking to people, oh, are you the billboard, right? So just knowing that our name is out there and people did see it, I think is a win. Our readiness to open checklist, like I said, is over 98% complete. We can put most of those things on the back burner for the next year. We'll need to revisit and update our policies and set a new calendar. But those are minor things to be done February through April next year. And we'll be fully ready to open next fall as far as those readiness markers are. We're engaging with all of the state agencies that we need to be engaging with. We have paperwork done and documented, systems ready to go, plans in place. So we're in a really strong place as far as that. We did a lot of work this year for those. The state accounts, which are already set up and ready to go or launch, so we're already in use or that we're ready to launch when they become applicable to us. Our student information system for Aspire is live. We'll have to work with the state on what it looks like to roll over into the 27-28 school year. But we have that ready and able to use and able to onboard our people. Cactus is how we verify our teachers, and there's additional funding attached to licensed teachers, and Cactus is the system for that. And so we've been waiting for that to go live for July 1st, but if we're deferring, it probably will be July 1st of the following year. They keep it under lock and key for need to know. By that point, it will probably not be Cactus, it will probably be USIMS. They've had some pushbacks. They were hoping to launch it at the beginning of this past school year. That didn't happen. They're still not there. But by the time we're in this process this time next year, I'm anticipating that USIMS is at least much more a part of that process. We're fully on board in Utah grants. Sorry, you might want to scroll down a little bit. Utah grants is where we got our pre-operational funds, and there's specific requirements for having certain people in there to be able to approve. We have to have a separate person create the grant and then I approve it. And so we were able to get that worked out so that we don't have a problem applying for grants as we move forward. We have our entity information updated with state agencies so that they're sending emails to the correct email, that we're not missing notifications. We have everything that we need in those entities. I have my cursor, Sarah, where I'm at.
Thank you.
If
I've
you
lost
want to
you.
scroll up and find it.
Okay.
There you go. Our Google Workspace is organized and set up. It's easy to onboard people into that system. Now we also are getting some IT support from our IT service provider, and I'll talk about them in a minute. Our school server and staff computers are also set up to be secured by IT, so we're getting less spam and less risk of data breaches and security risks. And our IT, I think you guys will be really excited for the solution that we found for that. All of our school personnel have completed background checks. This includes our prospective teachers for next year, all of our board members, everyone that's connected with our school, everyone that's currently working and will be working next year. So we have those background checks completed and turned in. I've been having very transparent conversations with our core teaching staff. The ones that we have committed and accepted offers based on the salary schedule are really excited about our program. They have known from the beginning that we're a startup. First year is tricky. We might have to defer, and they're willing to stay with us in the process. So we're having those conversations, and it's kind of ongoing as we problem solve. What is this going to look like? They have been notified that they probably need to find other employment for the next year, but they're already hired and approved. And as soon as we open our doors, we've already interviewed them. We've already sent them an offer. They've already accepted it. It's just a matter of when we open those doors. So when we have students to teach, they have a job and they're really excited about that. Many of them have been helpful in spreading the word of our school through their Facebook channels, as well as delivering flyers and helping attend events.
Carol, is now a good time to ask like what positions we're still looking for?
So
Something
we
that's helpful
have,
For us to know.
so I have really strong social studies, English, math and science. We have a few options. We'll need to definitely hire math and science, look at interviewing that more. That's the most difficult. Science is difficult because most science teachers specialize either in biology and chemistry or science and physics. And so one teacher can kind of teach the introductory classes generally, but as far as our full program, when we can only hire one science teacher, having a science teacher that teaches both of those, that just makes it tricky. But I do have someone that can step in and teach those classes if we don't find somebody else. All of the other positions we have, really awesome music teacher. The music teacher is the one that saw the billboard. He's a philosopher. He's really excited about the anthroposophy part and is just really excited about our program and how we approach music and what we value in music. He's a composer. He's really connected in the music community, and just really excited to be a part of us. And we have a strong theater teacher that actually applied as an English teacher, and we're like, oh, we have an English teacher, but we want to teach theater. And he was like, yes, that's my preference. So really strong teachers so far that are really excited to help us grow our community. One option for them to stay involved next year is to help us fill in empty vacancies in our board. They would be just for the year, obviously, because they can't stay on the board once they are fully hired. But since they're not active employees, they just have a promise of employment when we open. I don't see a conflict with that. That can help them be engaged in the process and have ownership in what we do. It can help us get qualified people on the board to get us through this next year while we're still trying to build our community base enough to find good people for the board. So that's one consideration that I have for August. Several of them are. Yeah. And excited about that opportunity to be involved.
We were also talking about getting someone with law experience. I did reach out to my brother who's a lawyer and just said, if you know anyone, he's got his hands full, but what was the other?
We need people with
experience?
financial experience.
Finance and law.
And I feel like we have plenty of people on our board right now with strong Waldorf roots. And we absolutely meet our bylaws in those requirements. And it's a good time to bring on people that don't have as strong of that Waldorf foundation so that they can learn from those of us who do. And that they can work on, these just monthly trainings and the conferences and things that we do. Being able to do that, this is a prime time for that.
Is the agreement that if they are one of the founding board members, their children,
Mhm.
how do we word that again?
So
Gonna get some interest.
in our priorities of enrollment, if you are a founding board member, which is categorized by before we open our
can't see it,
doors,
but I have
right? I
more
think we're still in
questions.
that founding phase.
I did not want to give the
That their
Alice
children and
Trace assignment. Did you
grandchildren
give the
have
James
first priority if they meet the registration
Ramsey's?
deadlines.
And
So
then if
you kind of have a
would be
guaranteed
willing,
spot
I would really
if you're a part
appreciate
of
if you
this
bring me someone that
process.
can crochet with or knit with.
And that's
So,
allowable by state
sure.
law. So building location, we'll come back to the board in a little bit, but an alternative location is being considered,
Oh,
just because
no, it won't work.
this lease was available for this year. There's no guarantee it'll be available for the next year. And also,
That's in there.
if we're smaller than we intended, this is a lot of space. It's a beautiful space, and if it's still available at the
In
end
the
of
drawer
next year
cells, there's a
and we
box.
need it, we'd be happy to continue working towards that. But we have been looking at some
Open the drawers,
alternative
there's a big box
locations.
inside of it.
So there is there's an office park. It is it's on the south end of Provo instead of the north end of Provo. But it's like
There's
right
a
across the
box
street from the
inside of
Provo
it.
Front Station. It is where Treeside is located. So that gives us really close proximity to another one of our feeder schools.
Look there.
The land in Saratoga Springs and Lehigh Alpine School District is still exorbitantly expensive and continuing to go up rather than down. And when we did the amendment on the charter to change our location, I don't think it added Provo as a location. I think it changed the location as Provo.
Provo School District.
Hmm.
Do we have the option to change it back if a different one becomes
I think
available?
so. I think, we're still in that process. The more we make those requests, the less reliable we look. But if we find a really fantastic place that meets our needs, and I'll have to go back to that language again because I can't imagine that we would fully switch it. I think we tried to just add it, but that's something that we would have to look at because potentially Orem or Vineyard might still have some places available.
That's the
Um,
biggest complaint that I'm hearing.
is
from
that we're
people,
far
is
away.
that
The
we're too
location.
far.
Mhm.
That's everyone's holdup, is we're too far, too far, too far. Over and
Yeah.
over again.
But we're also collecting a lot of people from farther south that are just as excited that it's
Yeah,
here.
that's
So
the next
it's-
question. Are we
It's,
in like,
I think it's
where's
like
the interest coming from? Is it even
six
across
of,
the
it,
valley?
yeah. It really, really is. And when we look at the locations of the people on our list, it is pretty spread out and growing more farther south.
But we do have our two main feeder schools north
Mhm.
and MSA, that's hard for a lot of the MSA and Wasatch communities.
Yeah. I think clear communication about the transportation plan, typically almost always helps, right?
It's not helping as much as I hoped it would
Okay,
Mhm.
in my
conversations
People are like, I don't want my kid riding the front runner.
with, even with a faculty member on board.
Is there a faculty member? on
That's
board?
that's the goal in the plan,
Okay.
especially as they.
Not heard that.
No, I haven't heard that either.
Yes, the
Okay.
plan is for a faculty member, especially starting out, like our plan is not to just throw them to the wolves.
It was like they're
And
riding together, they're riding during business commuting hours, and I'm like, have you been on a school bus? Like, a school bus is not that.
And-
wholesome of a environment either.
and not supervised either. So
Right.
our school bus, the plan is to have the school bus driver and a faculty member on the bus to help us supervision. And faculty members, especially in the first couple of years with these 9th and 10th graders, to have a faculty guide on the bus. You can let Lisa unmute and talk.
Can she unmute herself? Lisa, unmute yourself.
Sorry, it was a mistake.
Okay.
I have nothing.
How do
And
we manage
the
that?
bus can also be a workstation for students with a longer commute so as we get those juniors and seniors, they are working to mentor the other students on the bus.
How do we manage that to get a faculty member from both ends of the valley on the bus with them?
We have multiple faculty members from the Salt Lake Valley that, and we just put it as a part of their contract and that they get a stipend for supervising on the bus.
I just figured they would have to be here before the students. The faculty
Yeah.
members.
At the school before
They
the student.
But they're already clocked in, right? I mean, like they're clocked in for the bus ride.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
that
they
will
get
help
here on
a little
time.
bit, but
Or admin rides the bus if nobody else, right? I mean, like there's ways for that to happen. Or if a parent wanted to make that ride, it's a free bus pass, right? I mean, like it's a very cheap bus pass.
How much is the bus pass?
$93 is what we pay,
A year.
for a year, yeah, and that's like 2 months of a regular bus pass, right? If you're buying it every month.
I've been surprised that that is just such a holdup for so many parents, even with the bus.
I think having, transportation meetings to talk about carpool options and bus options
Yeah.
and how we're meeting these concerns, like, but they need to know, come and talk to us about the transportation concerns because we have plans and solutions if you'll talk to us, right? We have ways to answer these concerns if you talk to us. And explaining again, we are a regional high school and that this is part of what that means. And if they can donate $10 million land for us to have a building is the other
No,
option.
that would be great.
Right? You know, I mean, like, sometimes it's a matter of just putting things in perspective for people of like,
Mhm.
it would cost $10 million for the land alone and an additional $10 million to get a good building that we're looking for. Like, I mean, I don't think that's terribly exaggerated numbers.
It's much
from the
more
conversations we
expensive
had.
in Utah Valley than, I mean, not Utah Valley, Utah, like Alpine School District.
Yes.
Than it is at Provo.
Yes, significantly.
You know,
So we, buying land is off the table until we get fully established. Especially now that we're deferring a year, there's not an investor that will say that the interest rates will kill us alone if they agree to it. So convincing them that we are a viable program is going to be really difficult. So we have to find a place to lease in order to get established. That's
And we
really
would-
the only option to open at this point.
And we would hopefully do the same kind of thing that we're doing here, like lease for 2 years before we make it permanent.
Exactly. So there's an alternative location that is a third of the cost of this. It's smaller lease space. It's office space next to Treeside. So we're really close to another feeder school.
What grades is Treeside?
They go up to 6th. And can I just
Yeah, sorry.
present? Okay. Sorry. So this location, building 2, in this office space, it is their oldest building in the entire park. There's 7 buildings. And they have a difficult time getting it leased. It's the whole building 2 is open. There's 4 office spaces in it of various sizes and configurations. It is office space. There is one section of it. It has a really great open space in the middle. It's got 15 offices around. It has kind of a conference room on one end that can be divided. It has a door that can be opened or closed for 2 good-sized classrooms. There's other office workspace on the opposite corner that we think that it could, if they added a sink, would be a great art classroom, art and science, and potentially combining it with the office next to it. So minimal renovations to make it working space. So the students would stay in those
Could you
classrooms
please
and
turn
the
off
teachers would all
Corinne's
have
timer
offices
on her tablet?
around. All of the offices have a glass front, so it's really, there's
Thank you
no
for feeding.
danger of like a student being alone with the teacher. It's all glass. Everybody can see where everybody is and what everybody is doing. It has bathrooms internally. It was the only office space that had internal bathrooms in that office space for security. There's a really beautiful entrance on one side with a really great desk. And then there's another entrance that could be set up. It's like this hallway to kind of a emergency exit or just kind of a side entrance. That corridor does have an entrance from the next business, but we could potentially set up a school store in there, in this quiet egress place. It also provides an alternative entrance for events. So if we had a little play or something, it could happen in that combined classroom space, and they come in the back entrance and just have access to that for the event. And so it makes it a little bit more secure. So it is 10,387 square feet. The rent is $18 to $22 a square foot for the year, and that's divided up monthly. and so depending on how extensively in renovations we asked for them would determine if it's 18 to 22. The owners are very friendly to schools, and we think we could potentially bid them down pretty low, even if they had to update that. We get the best rate if we can sign like a 3-year lease, which would let us get founded, and either stay or move on. With the other open spaces available as we grow and expand, there's really specifically 2 spaces that we could grow into so we wouldn't be boxed into, oh, we can only sustain this many students, because the next door offices are easy for us to expand into. And there's a really low probability that anybody else will be in that building. It almost always sits empty. So I think they would be willing to give us a really good rate because they like schools, and it helps them lease a building that is just sitting there empty,
Why is it sitting in?
because it's the oldest one out of 7 buildings. So it's just older and it's not as fancy, but it's in good condition and serviceable.
Like green space or like gym space?
So there are several amenities on the property that we would have to negotiate with all of the HOA of the property itself. So this rent price also includes electric, it includes sewer, it includes trash, it includes all the utilities, the snow removal on the grounds, parking lot is maintained. There's plenty of parking spaces. There's lawn spaces in the parking lot and around. And so it's got a lot of space for those things. The only things we take care of in-house is our internet, which we get through the state anyway, and then in-house janitorial, which we have the work study program to help with that. We would have our own custodians and our students helping with that as well. So it's a very equitable place to be. And we'll take everyone on a tour and give more information, but I wanted to just let you know that there are alternatives, even if they find another person to take this current place.
Can I ask quickly what the surrounding area is like? Because I know some of South Provo is,
It's right behind the Rocky Mountain University, the healthcare facility there. It's a very secure location.
Like,
There's
it's a nice
nothing else
area
around. And that gives us both Rocky Mountain and Norda across the street really want to partner with schools. And with our vocational emphasis, our students can do pre-nursing. They can go job shadow. They can do, like, there's really great opportunities, and as well as some of the other businesses in the business park of creating those community relationships and finding internships for our students that match their career paths.
is it possible to partner with Treeside to use some of their green space? How close are they?
They don't have a ton of green
They don't
space.
have
They
much
have
to
a little
share.
bit of a parking lot. They don't have a garden as far as I know. Yeah, but so we can go look at that more, just letting the board know that there are options. Like they were really great to talk to us, to work with us. So I'm not necessarily worried about that part of our issue. Potentially making, I mean, we probably do need to make that decision in the next few months, and we'll continue to work with Clint and his team on negotiating that. And they already work with places in that area.
What does UCAS say about all of this? Are they just like, we're gonna look for another?
They're already putting it on it'll just go back on the market. We've been transparent with them in the whole process. So their board and their business manager have known about this possibility, and we've been keeping them updated throughout the process. So which is why we did not sign the lease until we got our clearance to open, so that we're not legally bound to pay for this building, which they've been more than fair in everything. We are so grateful. And we, letting our families know, UCAS is an option. They have open seats also. as an option for their families, which is connected to UVU. It's right up the street. And so they'd be willing to take any of our students that we couldn't service this
Could they
year.
get accepted, like easily accepted? They have.
Mhm. And they're interested in doing a parent night for our families to say, hey, if you would like to join us, here's what it looks like. We may or may not match what you want, but this is what we offer. So they've been very supportive through the whole process. It's a wonderful partnership to keep.
That's great.
Okay, so this opportunity in deferring, we have some communication engagement for the next year. So our office and our team would like to work with the board on setting a clear community engagement schedule for the entire school year. Starting with our summer markets and city celebrations, getting commitment of people to show up and just walk around and hand out flyers, getting booths as much as we can. Got some really great tips from previous schools that do this kind of thing. And that a lot of times if you call the person involved that's over the booths and you explain we're an opening school, we are a nonprofit, and haggle them down, say, we can do a booth for $50, or can we get a booth for free? And if you don't ask, you don't get. So we've got some help in that, continuing to spread the word through those engagements. We now know when a lot of the junior highs have their preview nights. We have good connections with them. And so being able to get to those locations, we reached out to a lot of them and they said our preview night was this time, and so we had trouble getting in and talking. A few of them let us come, but a lot of them were like, you already missed it. So being able to go to those this year, and connect with those 8th and 9th grade families and getting them on our list early, collecting more information. I think we've learned a lot about a lot of things. We also would like to plan at least seasonal festivals for our community. So we need to keep in mind the calendars of our feeder schools, so that we're not in conflict with their seasonal festivals, but doing our own Festival of Courage in the fall, doing something in the winter, doing something next spring, and doing something next summer. And just getting them on the calendar now, letting our parents know that these are things that we'll do throughout the year. Start, put these on your calendar, block out this time, don't plan things around this. Bring your friends and just kind of building that community sense and getting that together. We want to continue to do monthly trainings for our faculty. And we discussed doing them on Zoom instead of in person to reduce costs for that and potentially increase participation when you can just log in from home. So doing those meetings to help our faculty, but also inviting our Waldorf feeder schools and people in the Waldorf community that would like to continue doing that work. Having regular virtual information meetings, especially since our building situation is still a little bit fluid, but having them consistent and a lot of the feedback we've gotten from other schools that have been through this process, it typically starts pretty slow, but if they are consistent, people start showing up, and we've seen that. We still have really low engagement for those, but we are having people show up to the ones that we've been having here. We still have 2 more on the calendar and continuing to do those, just kind of making sure that we're clear about the message when we do those. Where am I at? The campaigns. Okay, so continuing with our social media campaigns, creating content. I got some advice on trying to get onto KUTV and KSL News. So it takes a while. You have to kind of badger them for months. but we have a path to try that. And then we have professional videos of like, here's our news clip, and as well as getting that exposure out. So we have a path for doing that, as well as just continuing to create little informational videos. I probably should do some Facebook Live, like log in and I'll talk about something about the school. So, but we want to plan those and script those. We would appreciate board members like sending a script of like, hey, somebody record a video talking about this. If you have families asking specific questions, I can do a video answering those questions. So we do need board input on creating that. And we do kind of want to funnel that through the proper channels. So reach out to me if you have anything that you would like to add. Continue sharing things. Please be connected to our social media and continue to share those in your communities, and help us spread the word and be clear and consistent.
Would it be worth hiring one of the digital, like filming, what do they call them, like the filming company?
We'll talk about budgets in a minute. We also have an opportunity to really set clear procedures for the tracking the family interest. Scala has been helpful in for us to understand that process. And we'll talk about decisions there later. But we would like to look at moving up our enrollment efforts. And I mean, like right now, we work on enrollments for the following year now. Like get on the list, get here early. Going ahead and starting the applications for the lottery in October, right? Like it seems like a little soon. We may not get a ton of them, but really working on those efforts and moving up those dates a little bit for next year and getting as much people before adding people to that application and lottery. Making sure that we're collecting the leads and following up with the leads and keeping them engaged. Also making sure that we have clear, often consistent communication about those deadlines and enrollment opportunities. Making sure that our messaging is consistent and clear.
I had one idea that because we don't have a school to make videos about, or, you know, our staff isn't settled enough to make videos with them.
We
might be able
do.
to, okay, we might be able to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, what if we go to California and have videos of other Waldorf schools, if they allow that, so that we can have those placed on our website as just examples of other Waldorf schools? And
We can reach
'cause
out
we could
and
have the
see.
kids and we could show their music programs or show their woodworking programs or show things because I noticed on the Wasatch video, I mean, a website there, they have the beautiful images of what the school, you know, looks like and what it would look like. I think we could do if we had some images from another school, if they would allow that to do. It's just an idea.
Yeah, we can definitely look at those. So here's another big ticket item in the deferment. I was able to talk with the state, with representatives from the State Charter School Board and the president of the State Charter School Board at the UAPCS conference past couple of days. And we feel like we have an opportunity in this deferment to add 7th and 8th grade when we open in 27. We had a discussion of what exactly does that mean. So on one side, it's technically an expansion according to the law. But we talked about different ways that we could frame this. And expansions are dictated by board rule and the USBE and the legislature. And it is the same process as initially applying for our charter. However, in our conversations, the State Charter School Board, they are investigating this option and how to get this to us, because we all kind of feel like it is a better path for our success based on our unique circumstances. So they've reached out to their lawyer to ask if doing it this way still legally works. So since we're deferring and we are still pre-operational, we don't have a program to expand. Is kind of the definition that we're working with, that we're still in this application negotiation, amending our charter kind of thing. We're not asking for more students. The expansion really is to make sure that we are fiscally able to handle the additional students. And since we don't have students, but even, we're not asking for an increase in our maximum numbers. We're just asking to reallocate some of those numbers to meet 7th and 8th grade because we're not filling those numbers anyway. So this gives us 4 grades as a target, potentially 5 if we include some 11th graders that have already started the application process. If they decide to stay with us and roll over, we might have a very tiny cohort for those 10 anyway, for those 11th graders, but that gives us at least 4 or potentially 5 grade levels that increases the target that we're trying to hit.
Yeah.
So if we had 30 students interested in 9th and 10th grade this year, logic and numbers say we could have had 60 adding those other 2 grades. Our interest lists also support that. So here are some asks from them. So that's how we're framing it. We're not asking for more students. We're changing where they sit. So there's no financial and budgetary impact. It will provide a larger target, and it meets the need in the Waldorf community of Utah. Having those grades not available at Treeside. I know they are working on expanding. I don't think we'll be in conflict even being right next to them, meeting that gap for those MSA families. We are also working on our own school bus, and if the UTA pass doesn't work, we could still pick up our students with our own school bus at the American Fork Front Runner Station. So there's ways that we can find those solutions, especially if we have those 7th, 8th grade students, and working on that. So the board chair requested from us that in order to, morning phlegm. So the state charter school board president has requested from us that
Texted the group chat, by the way. I don't know who it is, but
I think it's Alicia. So they've requested that we collect letters of support from our families saying that we are requesting as a community that Azure Fields picked up the 7th and 8th grade. We can also encourage families to come to the meeting next Thursday for public comment to show their support for adding these grades. I have a so if we can get the Clarks there, I have a student that I want enrolled in the 10th and 11th grade, but I also have a 7th grader that I would love to enroll in the same program, right? Like that if this is added, they get both of my students and my younger students coming up. Other families saying, we would love to stay in the Waldorf community. There's no other way for us to do that. If this is added, then I plan on staying all 4 years, right? So people just to come and during public comment and say Azure Fields needs 7th and 8th grade.
I could
Would it-
send a letter to my parents too,
Yeah,
that are in the middle
Would
school.
it be helpful for parents to also voice it's not an option for us if they don't have 7th and 8th, we won't put our
Yes.
kids in normal school and then come back.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So it's we
Yes.
won't come.
That's the
We
narrative
won't
that we need
come
to say.
if
Yeah,
they don't add this.
yes.
So it hurts our.
And what is that, when is that meeting or
This-
where?
The state charter school board meeting is next Thursday. I think they usually start around 9 a.m. So I'm going to be adding in my notes to Betty today. She has to turn in our stuff today for to be on the agenda. And I'm going to let her know, plan on our parent community giving public comments in the meeting next week.
But
And-
we would need to
And
have
what
those
time,
public
I mean,
comments, set and scripted and. maybe
Yes.
Use that time.
So,
paper-wise.
is it a
we need
2-minute
to-
limit again? for their board.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they need to be just short, and even if it was like a group that came and had one spokesman for that group, right? We have a group of parents that one person speaks and everyone says we agree.
Where
Is
is
it
the
helpful to have
state
people
charter?
in person or?
So
Zoom and
in
on-
person, it's up in Sandy, and the address is all online on the state charter school board thing, but they also have a Zoom link that's available on their website. So, you just, we can, I'll collect that information and send that out to everybody, but yeah. So one of the tasks in doing that is for us to kind of give very specific information to our families. We need to go back and pull the information from our interest list and verifying who is in those target grades for next year. Not this coming year, but next year. And getting as many more as possible, right? Like continue to talk, potentially reaching out to Treeside and asking if anyone in their community would like to support this. So some more details about that.
So does that mean we have less than a week to pull this together?
We already have people on this list that we activate, right? We've already had this conversation. And so we let them know, good news, we have an opportunity and we need your help to show up next week if you can, or give them a form letter, sign this letter to return to us. And if we can get, 25 people sending us a letter, if we can get 10 people sending us a letter and 10 more to show up, or, whatever that looks like, just enough people to say. As far as numbers, adding one class of 7th and 8th grade with 25 students each gives us 50 students. Adding 2 gives us 100 students. So we're looking at enrollment next year being 200, and looking at 2 classes of 9th and 10th grade of 25 each is 100 students. So looking at that and the building space, if we have more, I think we're still approved for total max enrollment of that 560 at full capacity and the and 350 potentially. So like not letting us, but having clear targets of we will be able to open if we have this number of students. We have several people qualified to pick up the 7th and 8th grade classes already. And we had several people that we interviewed that would be interested in those that we would call back in.
So would the state board make a decision next week?
No.
Okay, so it's just preliminary stuff.
Yes.
I think we really need to.
So they will be
make sure
deciding.
that they understand like this is changing because our feeder school changed right after we applied and got
Yes.
accepted. Like that's like such an important thing to make sure is clear.
It is. They already know.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's already clear and in the narrative.
I show the state charter school board is in Salt Lake City.
It's in Sandy.
Okay. I just looked up the address for it. It gave me a Salt Lake City address.
Addresses in Salt Lake can be weird sometimes, but it is in Sandy and they are a part of I don't remember
Is
what.
it that same building we went to?
Uh-huh.
when we got a-
Yeah, it's the same place when we got approved. I'll send it out.
Okay.
You have to go to their charter board website, and it has information there. Grade configuration, our goal being one class of 7th and 8th grade, next year. And we're close to that on one of I think for the 8th graders that second year, having 2 classes of the 9th and 10th graders. My goal with the 7th and 8th grade would be to never have more than 2 classes, keeping it small, especially if Treeside is expanding their grades to go up to 8th. They're working on that application. It's unknown if they will be approved for that or when. But I don't see a problem, especially if we only have 2. Being the regional high school model that we are, I think we always have to have more classes available in the high school than we have in the junior high. And I think keeping it small and competitive increases the value of the people that stay there. If it's too easy to get in, then I'm just going to another charter school. If it's more competitive, it's the people that really want to be there and are really aligned.
Do you think it will be hard if we're like trying to double our numbers between 8th grade and 9th grade?
So are you saying one class for 7th and one class for 8th? Or are you saying you want a combination class?
No, one class for 7th,
Okay.
one class each for 7th and 8th. Combining classes at this stage in their education does not work.
No, it does.
And
I
and
just wondered
that
when I
will
thought
never
about it.
be on the table.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay,
So, yeah, having our goal to be one class each,
Mhm.
but having a maximum allowance of 2.
okay,
Um,
I like that.
and for and it being attached to the high school, will help us be able to meet middle school requirements. It's also a pretty good PR message for our community. A lot of people, we have a number of people that will be disappointed that we're not opening this year. But the biggest thing that the community is worried about is that 7th and 8th grade. So being able to tell the community, hey, we have a path to 7th and 8th grade. It's not finalized yet, but we're working really hard on it. And we have to defer to make it happen.
Yes,
So
it's gonna make it look way better, yeah.
yes, that we're not, that we're not coming up short, but that we are proactively working on meeting the needs of the families in our community. And it just so happens that if we're going to do it right, it needs to be done right. And that means an extra year to get it done
Mhm.
right. So until, so I think the messaging, we do need to let our families know that we are working on this as the option has come up again, and we're working with the board on a path that means deferring, and that we're waiting to see if that will be able to be approved. So still kind of like not fully promising, but letting them know that this is the direction that we're going. As far as the families that are currently enrolled, I will be calling personally the families of the 12 that registered in Aspire and saying we appreciate your support. We love that you are excited about our program. Unfortunately, we are having to defer, and we would love to continue working with you on options for next year and asking if they are interested in still graduating with us and coming back in 11th grade. Some of them might say, never mind, we'll go find something else. Others might say, yeah, help us with the path through 10th grade and we'll come back in 11th grade. So we need to kind of get some numbers for what that would look like in the year that we open and how to support that class the best, if that happens. And then focusing on, so I'll be personally communicating with those families. We also need to work very carefully with these 9th grade families, to make sure that we don't lose them in this process. They are already accepted for the next year. I think we actually say, if you can complete the enrollment process and give us your documentation, I'm pretty sure we can just roll over their enrollment to the next year. They're a returning student
Mhm.
and they don't have to worry. So if you want a guaranteed spot for your 10th grade year, go ahead and finish your enrollments now. And so I think that's the conversation that we have with those families. And then I think we also suggest courses for them to take in 9th grade to help them be on track with our program to graduate. That if you make sure that you have these courses, then you'll be ready for us when you come back in 10th grade.
And it might be a lot easier for those 9th graders because there's that 9th grade transition in a lot of
Yeah.
the school.
Mhm.
And in this area, Alpine School District
A
has
lot of them have to switch
that
schools
9th
after
grade
9th grade
anyway,
anyway.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's right.
Provost schools, high schools do go 9 through 12, but anybody coming from Alpine District or Nebo District will have the 10th grade
Mhm.
problem. So just that's kind of our working with the families that we already have in the system, making sure that we reach out to them first, before blasting to the whole community, so that they're not getting partial information from someone else.
Oh, so we can't, what do we do about this week though, if we have to get things ready for the board?
So
We have
these
to put-
conversations are happening this afternoon
Okay,
and next
all right,
Monday.
okay, so you're
right?
doing them right
Like,
away, okay.
Yeah,
all right,
that's,
okay,
our team's priority in the next
Okay.
couple of days.
Okay,
And so by the end of Monday, all of these people should be contacted. I think we still reach out to the families that are in that 7th and 8th grade group, not talking about the deferring part, but say we potentially have another, please show up and support. The charter school board has requested that our community come and demonstrate support for this. And that will increase our chances of getting it done.
Do we know what the school setup is for the district that's north of Alpine? What is that? Do they,
Canyons?
yeah, Canyons, do they start high school in 9th or, I mean, do we
I
have
haven't
any
looked.
students coming from that district?
Not that I know of.
Would
Cause
it
that, wouldn't that be like Wasatch?
Wasatch is up in Holiday.
I know it's like one past that, but is there no one in between?
Not
Do
that
we
I
have
know of.
anyone?
no, that's
Not that I
why
know of.
Alpine was taking up all the students in that whole area.
Yep.
Can I ask something, would it help to have other Waldorf leaders to
Mm-hmm.
come to that meeting, like Christelle or Elizabeth or Francis, even though they don't have, I mean, I could probably get them to come to the meeting. Or is
Really,
it
they
just
want
parents?
to hear from the families
Okay, just
to
okay,
know that there is a legitimate need and we'll be able to fill up those grades.
okay,
They want evidence that if we do this exception, because it has implications for future schools.
oh, yeah.
And there's multiple, it's a really tricky thing and we think there's a path and we think we can make it work. We have to frame it in the right way and the board has to be careful about what precedents they're setting. So it's not, everybody in the world come and say it. It's specifically, we need 7th and 8th grade families to say,
Okay.
this is a problem. I don't want to leave Waldorf, but if I leave Waldorf, it's not likely I'm coming back. And if I have a path to stay through it, I'm going to make it work.
Do we need just to keep doing that survey that we did before to our Waldorf community about interest for 7th and 8th grade?
Yes, but we also have a lot of interested families in our system already that we reach out to them too and make sure that we know if they are 7th or 8th graders and get there. So
Because when I spoke to Stacy, she was like, get the data, get the
Yep.
information, the numbers, we want to see
Yep.
the numbers.
And
like,
and
do
so we
we
need contact
send that-
information for everybody on that list. Like really, they need to go fill out the interest form and say that they, and I'll talk to Scala about putting a question of like add it to the petition kind of thing and being able to pull that report. And they're supporting us in this conversation also. And we'll be planning a campaign through them of notifying the families that we already have in our list.
Do we send out the petition again and try to get more numbers on that?
Yeah, we need to get it to new people
Right.
Could you
because
send
we
that to
only
me,
had
Carol? I don't
10
have that.
people. I don't know where it is, but
Okay.
we'll find it and I'm pretty sure Chalice has it somewhere. But like that survey was a part of our echo chamber problem. We only had 10 people respond.
That is crazy.
So
Because
we have to get out of that.
Yeah.
We
But there
have to
has be
have,
people in our feeder schools that will respond.
we,
Like,
yeah,
Why
I
are
mean,
they not responding?
I don't
Because
know.
there's like 50 kids that graduated 6th grade in MSA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So whatever
I have
contacts we
some, I
have for
have some of
them,
those contacts. I
Yeah.
can probably send things out to them, especially a petition.
and
or-
we've got to get them to have friends do it.
Yeah.
Like we have our
Need
people,
them to send it out.
they need to
We
get it
need
out.
to
If
say,
you really
"Hey."
want this, you have to get 3 other people to sign up,
Yeah.
right? Like I need you and 3 other people on this list.
Is it, like I can reach out to my daughter's teacher from last year, but is there like
The school
They
cannot share
can't
information
share.
legally.
like she couldn't email her class from last year? I don't know the legal.
Once the school year ends, I don't know.
Can we
'Cause the
get,
system
like,
rolls
even
over.
MSA's help to say, will you send this to your
Yeah.
graduating 6th grade classes? Like, can
Yeah.
we work with them on that?
Yeah.
Okay, because that would be smart.
You want to, I mean, now we're in summer. I don't know what their office hours is and I don't know how responsive their team will be, but
I don't know who to contact because my contact just left. Like Maddie left.
I
don't
think
know.
they work
Okay.
until the end of
So they
June.
can-
but we
they
have to decide
should.
Pretty soon.
They-
They should
Like,
be
I don't
there.
have to
Someone
contact
should be
Okay,
there.
I will reach
Just
out to them then.
formally.
No, I'll reach out to them. Okay, so that's where we're at with that. So moving into the next school year, we are working on budgets. So we have some outlines of budgets. We don't have anything finalized for the board to approve today. So we do need to find and the holdup has been in, we've had multiple things that we've had to get answered from the state on how this change impacts the budgets for the next year. So we're still working on getting some answers on final numbers and what we're working with. So these are contracts as far as, administrative goals and budget constraints for the next year. Our EdLeo contract for the website is $6,000 and it renews at the end of August. Our Scala contract also, it renews at the end of September. That was $32,000 for a year, $30,400 if we pay it in full, they give us a discount. We will need to discuss if the board wants to continue that contract.
I wasn't happy with their
Um,
website. I'll just have to say
Yeah,
that.
we have it at Leo.
Here's the website. The website has a lot of features that answer a lot of problems. So being picky about the design can be fixed, and we're working on fixing the design issues, okay? The
So we like
website
features,
itself,
but we don't like the look of it, is that kind of
yes,
what everyone's
that's the
thinking?
That's
feedback
what
that I'm
I'm
getting,
thinking,
that
yeah.
people don't like the way it looks, and that's not an EdLeo problem. EdLeo has a school store that donations go right into our bank account. And products and things that are, the school store interfaces really well with our financial keeping. We have the mass communication that people can have a branded app with our logo on their phone. We're getting ready to launch that in the next couple of weeks. I think that will really help with our community connections, and anybody can go sign up for that app, and we really push that out and get the word out there.
And will that have a calendar?
It has the calendar of events. It has any features that we want to add to it. Anything from the website can be added in the app. We've just had training on how to manage all of that. It has a lot of features that we're required to have by the state. And it was the most options for the cheapest amount. The only thing that we will potentially need to add to that is some sort of pre-registration in Aspire, some sort of way to track contacts. I think EdLeo, I'm researching the options that EdLeo has for that. There's still a little bit of gray area in adding community members in our communication system through the website. One of the things that Scala provides is they call it CRM. I don't remember what that stands for, but that's where we track incoming leads, and where they are in the stages of the enrollment process. I'm willing to bid with Scala. We already know how to use that information system. I'm willing to bid for using that for free and for the next year as we do this, and then our people managing it instead of their people. I think they owe us that for not delivering. If they're not able to or unwilling to do that, there are other options for that. Looked at a couple at the conference. My biggest recommendation would be to switch to Frog Tummy for their lottery service, because that lottery has a CRM with a lottery program embedded, and we have to have a lottery thing if we reach those maximum numbers. So that would kind of be my recommendation, not a
them for the-
decision for today.
I'd like them for the website.
We can still have them help us do videos for the website. Like we can a la carte some of their features.
Okay.
Our website will embed videos like that. Like our website has the capability to do exactly what they
Just
did.
saying they have the expertise to make it all look the right way, maybe, but it's up to you. Yeah, whatever you guys need, I'll just let it go.
Do we have the option of hiring one person to do all, like, oversee all of our marketing? I think that a big problem with Scala is there was just too
Well,
many
and they're not here.
demands. Yeah.
Our
I
person
feel like we
was
need one
was
person
out
to
of state
track
that
everything.
couldn't come to our events to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
Did Clint?
hiring a marketing person, is probably going to be 3 times the amount that we paid there.
Well,
Yeah, but.
It's more than
what
you pay
about,
me.
did you look into River, what's the river?
So yes, we talked to several vendors at the conference this week, and so kind of going back to the drawing board on what our options are, costs are gonna be similar. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Well, that's fine, as long as they're worth what we're paying them.
The
which
the
Scala
lady
was
at Frog
next.
Tummy.
The
said she had-
information that I got from that in it, like multiple people, I've talked to people at UAPCS, I've talked to Red Apple, who has been working with a lot of schools doing these things. It wasn't just Scala. They said that none of these marketing firms really delivered what they promised. So they have really good sales pitches.
Mhm.
So do we want? to hire
But,
a
and
marketing
they have
firm?
really, right, so that's kind of also the question. I think at this point, I'm going to say Scala wasn't a complete waste. And I'm not even terribly upset about what we paid for them. I don't know how much we can blame them for the numbers we didn't get, because I think we have a very complicated story. Maybe others are able to prove that more. I don't think it was all their fault.
Mhm.
There are some pain points that I had with them, definitely. However, we did a lot more in marketing than we would have otherwise. We had professional advice. That did work. People know about us now that didn't 12 months ago, right? Like, so it has been helpful. Their CRM, honestly, if we could just hold on to that CRM, we've already got our families in there. We don't have to export them into anything else. We already know how to make their QR codes, how to do their campaigns, how to send messages, how to manage those lists. Our team already knows that. So our team can just use that without paying for all of the other stuff that didn't actually work for us. Then, and if I can, and I think I have a legitimate case for, we don't want to renew with you at all. I'll pay $2,000 to keep access to the CRM and call it even because you didn't deliver, or free if I can get it
I
free.
talked to Clint about that. I think he said he spoke to you about that guy that has like 700 students in 4 months and getting advice from him. I think that
Yeah.
would be really helpful.
We're doing all of those things. Yeah. So computers and staff, for the staff and IT, in talking about the budget and looking at costs for when we do open. One of the concerns is now starting at, like, budget is our biggest setback at this point, because we don't get any additional funds. And technically we have to start paying back the revolving loan in April. We might be able to get, we typically that comes out of our monthly allotment. And since we're not receiving an allotment until we have students fully enrolled, that won't happen until July 31st of next year. So we don't know if we'll be required, we're looking into, do we send them a check? What does that look, will they defer that payment until we get the allotment and then just spread those payments? Like our payments will be a little bit more coming out of our allotment if we don't pay it. So we're looking at options for that, but we are reserving those payments that we won't be touching out of what we have in the revolving loan for that, just to make sure that we don't get stuck there. Where was I going before that? So that's the revolving loan.
Tech.
So
Do we have a bathroom, a good time for a bathroom break?
it's right across the hall.
Am I
Yeah.
okay to go?
Yeah. so as far as supplies, furniture and fixtures, so this other building doesn't have any furniture in it, so we would need to supply those desks. And that could be a significant cost. So one of the concerns is once we get our allotment, if we have a lot of things that we have to pay for and we start with a deficit, it really gets hard to catch back up. So in talking about, so that's one of the things that we're working on with the budget of when are we going to put those in so that we can make it through the year. And I think there's a lot of costs that other schools would typically do up front that we can push out so that we don't get into that deficit. One of them being computers. So we have a couple of computers for our staff right now. And as far as our program is concerned, I think we could make it the whole first quarter of the school year without classroom computers at all, like without a Chrome cart or anything. And so then we're like 4 months in before we purchase a classroom set of computers, which is going to be about $5,000, I think, for a classroom set of computers and the cart. So that's one expense we can push out. As far as furniture goes, I think we put into our calendar for the next year some fundraising that helps us encourage the families to help contribute to the school desks, having a put your desk together party, putting names on asset tags for people that got donations and people that, so I think there's ways that we can do that. There's also at the end of every school year, schools are clearing out inventory, they're purchasing new things and getting rid of old, and there's always cheap to free things available. So I think there's options to keep those materials really low. And then, and as far as staffing computers, my goal is to have maybe 5 on hand, that if a staff person needs a computer, we have one available. It's a school computer. If a staff member has a computer that they're willing to use, until we have the means to get them a staff computer, we have the means to set that up. And so then we trickle those computers throughout the year. So we buy 1 or 2 a month throughout the whole year instead of 20 computers up front. So that's kind of our plan in putting this budget together, which is why the budget isn't quite ready for the board to review today, because we're working on those details to make sure that we have a strong fiscal plan and are really ready for it. Our IT support that I found, the company is called Boteca, and Bobby really loves education and really is aligned with our IT, with our technology goals. Boteca, they call themselves Lean Technology. They're committed to you pay for just what you need. A lot of IT companies are like, oh, you need all of this stuff just in case, and they are a vendor for these other products. So if you buy the products that they want you to buy it from them and they get a cut, so the prices are actually more to do it that way. And Bobby doesn't do that. He doesn't sell any devices. His team helps us research the best quality for the cheapest price, and they give us recommendations, but they don't help us with that purchasing so that they're not taking a cut. They want to keep our costs low. They also, the support is a monthly subscription per computer or device. And so it's $49 for, unlimited phone calls to the IT support. They're already supporting us. That contract starts August 1st. And so they're already helping us get things set up and helping us secure our website and secure our Google Suite and our emails accounts. And then we'll start paying per computer in August. And typically they don't charge extra for the Chrome carts. I did also say I think it would be fair if one Chrome cart counted as one device on that, depending on how much support was needed. So, but they're really willing to work with us. They're really willing to they're really excited. They will also are excited about the possibility of having some of our student workers as interns. And so they would train some of our students to help us with IT things on campus as a work study, as a part of the work study program. So Boteca has been really great, and it's well within, it's a monthly subscription. We can leave them at any time. There's no contracts to sign. We do have a memorandum of understanding that this is the price and it's due on the 1st of the month, and that's it. But it's month to month. If we ever decide we don't want, we find something we like better, or are able to hire someone in-house, then no hard feelings, and we just move on. As far as office space during the interim, I want to keep venue office space as our official address. It's what's already on all of the accounts. All of the mail is being sent there. So keeping that address, I think, will be really important. But instead of keeping the office, that's $1,000 a month, moving back to the open office sharing of $225 a month with a little locker. For the month of July, myself and Tanya will actually be in New Hampshire for the Y-Step training. We feel like it's important to go ahead and continue with the training. People will just not be around in July. Schools in Utah close down in July anyway. So for venue in July, we'll pay for a $10 locker at that site, keeps the mail going there. They'll collect it and let us know if there's mail there. And then in August, starting with open office sharing. So it's $225 for one person. I'm considering and debating with my team if having 2 open office accounts that would allow myself to be there every day and one additional team member to come in. And I can negotiate that with venue office space. That would be $500 a month, a little more than $500 a month. But they also give us a discount on the second one as a group. And that also gives us access to their conference rooms. We need to have bigger meetings, and we still have that space available because we have to have a site where people can
board
go
meetings,
for
yeah.
board meetings.
Mhm.
And so I think venue they've been wonderful to work with. They're really willing to help us find the best thing. And we don't have to change our address again. I think changing our address as little as possible would be really important. So that's my recommendation for the office space moving forward, that we just continue to do that. As far as personnel, we will absolutely have to minimalize the team. So keeping myself and keeping the 2 deans, I think, will be really important as a leadership team to be able to continue this work and make decisions and support. We also would like to bring on Jacob. He has a lot of experience with data and systems management and registration and office work. He's coming from the Boys Ranch.
Did I miss who Jacob is?
He's a new person coming in. And so we'd like to also keep him to manage the website, do the social media posts. Like he's techie guy. He loves systems. He loves spreadsheets. He loves data. So working with the marketing, the grants, the data reporting, state systems, so that he's trained and running like a well-oiled machine by the time we open. We will probably all be part-time this next year. Our goal, our process in setting up the budget is looking at these real costs that we have. These are the contracts that we have to pay. These are the expenses that we're going to have, and taking whatever is left over and dividing that amongst us for our pay. So we will all have to pick up some sort of supplemental income over the next year in order to make that happen. The good news is that a lot of the bulk of the work that we would be doing is marketing and delivering flyers and managing the events and communication, is what we're working on. So and also throughout the school year, like I mentioned, continuing those teacher training workshops, moving it to Zoom for minimal costs. Our teacher and student communication are our top priorities, making sure that we are building a strong community and that we're providing ways for them to connect with each other and feeling a part. Marketing recruiting is the main task that we're all doing, and we got a lot of really great contacts and suggestions from the UAPCS conference the past couple of days. Timeline improvement, we know deadlines for things that we missed this year. So we're in a good place to go ahead and be on those lists. The federal lunch program application, we have application due for the state to help us with that by November for the 27 school year. We completely missed it this past year. The date that I was given was March and the deadline was the 1st of February. So
They should really have this.
we're working on it. I gave them all my feedback. And now the schools do know that it is November and it's a pretty simple application to get going there. So we'll be turning that in so that our first year of operation, we are ready to get reimbursed. So if we're able to get on the National School Lunch Program, we can be reimbursed for what we spend on meals, based on our needs. We also are able to get into the high school preview nights with the junior highs, and all of that. So that's kind of my update. That's a lot of information. That's probably more than I've ever had to give you guys, and my throat is now tired. Any questions on any of these things? Jeff, I see that you're on. Do you have anything to add on these budgets that we're talking about? I don't know how much you heard in that conversation.
Sorry, I am a little spotty. I'm camping, but from what I heard, I think you've kind of nailed a lot of it, Carol Ann. I would say the cash flow stuff. So it will be an adventure. I'll just say that. We do have some real things that we will have to work through. I would say if we can set up a favorable lease agreement next year, that allows us to maybe begin rent more in August or September, which is not unheard of, and is quite typical. That, and then also, if most of our employees start on an 8/1 contract date, which is also very typical, then our first allotment, hopefully we could use more for operational expenses, like some of these furniture and IT needs that Carolyn mentioned. We do need to be careful in how we do that and all of that, but that's kind of my hope, is we might have a pocket of money next July that we could use. It's pretty late in the game to, buy those things at that point, but a lot of vendors are pretty good to work with you and stuff too. So that's kind of as of right now, my best solution, unless we can figure something out. But that said, we do have 12 months to figure something out as well, to be working on some things. So I think other than that, it is what it is. It'll be a little bit of a challenge this year, but I think keeping some of the costs to a minimum, trying to do some more free marketing will be beneficial. Parades and things like that we can kind of tap into will help as well. So, but anyway, otherwise, I think you did a great job, Caroline. You covered a lot of it really well. So.
Okay. Any questions from the board on anything that I have covered? It was a lot.
I do think it's always important to mention to people, like, we are a startup free public school. Like,
Mhm.
can you just help us out?
Yep.
Cause I feel like everyone is really supportive.
Yeah.
And they're not wanting to make money from tax dollars and take money from kids, so if we
Yeah.
just help them understand our situation.
Yeah. Different with vendors, because they're also in business to,
Right.
but there's a lot of community connections that are, yeah.
Like, markets and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So there we have, there we have it. We have a break. I think this is a good place. I think this is a good place for a break. I don't know where it got put on our agenda here, Sarah,
I
but
think it said 10:30 and we're about
And
there, so.
we're at 10. I think now is a good time for a break. So the next thing coming up is for the board to go through the documentation that we still need to review. and then do some voting. And so I have some fairly new documents that are a part of this process, but we'll do that when we come back from our break. So it's almost 10:10. It's not my job, it's your job. You determine the break.
I think we should start again at maybe 10:30. Let's just start at 10:30.
Sarah, do you want to make sure Alicia knows that at 10:30 we're reviewing documents for the voting?
Already did.
Okay, great. All right. I guess we can pause the Zoom recording and
Voting of the policies that, let's start first with our board meeting. We want to discuss the board meeting dates and times again, just to be sure what we want for the next year to come. And it's been proposed that the board move the regular meetings to the first Tuesday of the month, and with the exception of January, and have our board meetings. Do we want to have the time remain at 7 for the board meetings? And then let's just let's have a discussion about that first, and we'll have a vote on our schedule for the coming year. So how is everyone feeling about moving the board meetings to the first Tuesday of the month?
I haven't checked every first Tuesday of the year.
Mm-mm.
keep in
And-
mind also, you
and-
will be able to revisit this in August, making sure that the August date is set in stone, and then things could change over the summer for people.
Are we meeting in July?
No.
Okay.
So I also want to ask, who decided on the first Tuesday of the month instead
I
of
think
the
you
third?
proposed that, wasn't it?
No.
Did Sarah want that?
Sarah, is that better
I
for you?
proposed that. The reason for it is Carol express the desire to have us meet a little bit earlier in the month so that we could essentially meet certain timelines and deadlines for our requirements state legally. I don't have a
Okay,
strong
that makes sense.
opinion. Both days work for me, but if it works well, then I would recommend shifting over to the first Tuesday just for logistical purposes, with the exception of the month of January because of the holiday celebrations there. I would recommend just penciling that one in back to the third Tuesday, just to be a little bit more flexible with people's schedules.
I think that's better
or
for
the second.
holidays and things also.
Yeah.
The first Tuesday is better for holidays
Yeah,
and
'cause
situations in the fall.
The last Tuesday is like Christmas and.
Yeah, the third and the last are getting close to all the
Yeah.
holidays, yeah.
Cora, do you
I
want to go
may
get some
have a
more
conflict
sunflower
in
seeds and
September
put them
on
in
the
there?
first Tuesday. We have. a
That one's
trip
right after
to-
Labor Day.
To a conference.
Mhm.
I might have play tickets that night.
But with enough notice, I mean, like with notice that you'll be gone, we can make sure we still have a quorum. Like, it's not the end of the world to miss one.
And then also, how is everyone feeling about the 7 PM time?
One thing is that in November, that would be on election night. If that means anything to anybody.
Oh, because it's a Tuesday, yeah. Interesting.
So,
That's a
like,
big election.
Nothing happens until forever in the night, I feel like on election. We're waiting till midnight to figure it out.
Mhm.
unless it would conflict with people trying to get to the polling places, but 7 PM, the polling places they close by 8,
Most
don't
of
they?
them are closed pretty soon, yeah.
7 or 8. But there's also, like, if it does work on some of those weeks that have those conflicts, would like the Thursday of Labor
Thursday
Day
is-
or
I can't do Thursdays.
I know it's late in the evening, but if we moved the time, it would really help me a lot. If we could move the time from 7 to maybe 8, or from at least 7:30, just because of the fact that getting my grandchildren to bed that's right at their bedtime at 7 o'clock. So,
I have a similar story.
yeah.
Not sure how much a time shift would help with me, though.
Oh, okay.
Probably gonna
It's
have to
too
just,
late.
Too late. Okay. All right. We'll stay at 7. I'll
But
just-
I could do 7:30, as long as, are we trying to keep them to an hour? Is that the goal?
Well, my goal is to keep to an hour, but I've seen
it
that
kind of
an hour and
depends
a
on
half
what
is
is happening.
Going to 9 is pretty hard.
okay.
What
Um,
about moving it up earlier to 6? I know it's closer to dinner, but
Well, that would actually be better for me.
But not if you have grandkids to put to bed.
Well, it's all
Usually
difficult.
around
It's just that 7 is their bedtime, so 6 doesn't really help me because it just makes it
Do you
complicated.
watch your kids, your grandkids all the time?
3 days a week I do. Yeah.
Is there a day that would be easier?
Well, for me, Monday or Friday would be easier. They don't have dance. She doesn't,
Friday's
well, Friday especially.
Uh,
No, Mondays she may have dance next year too. I don't know.
you're
It
switching
depends on
your-
that schedule next year, doesn't it?
So let's just keep it 7. We'll just stay at 7. I'll just maneuver around that. In
Would it
some way.
be easier to do 7:30? Or maybe if we said, we have not a lot on our agenda, do we want to move it to 7:30 this?
No,
we
I would
push
like a
back,
certain
does
date,
that-
certain time.
Consistency really is the best,
Mhm.
that it is the same and set in people's.
Well, and
heads
see, if we have an hour and a half meeting, it would still bring you to 9 then.
Yeah.
So let's stay at 7. That works best for everyone. Let's see. So the first Tuesday doesn't bother me. How is everyone else feeling about that? Is that all right to move to the first Tuesday?
Generally
okay.
feels pretty good.
First
So what
Tuesday?
are we thinking for January, doing like the second Tuesday or the third Tuesday?
I would
I would say the
recommend the
second
third.
I would
Tuesday
recommend
as
the
soon as
second
possible,
Tuesday,
yeah.
Second.
So
Okay.
that it's.
First
so-
works for me.
And it's not too close to the other one.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, like, the second Tuesday is the 5th.
Oh, that's the
So,
first Tuesday.
I mean, sorry, the first
So-
Tuesday is the 5th, so we could, is.
That's coming, it's the first week coming back from a 2-week break. So it just kind of depends on how everybody feels about
Yeah,
that.
I
I don't
wouldn't
know that it's a
mind-
conflict for me.
the 5th isn't a conflict for me on January for the first Tuesday, yeah. So maybe that's not even an issue, at least next year. Okay, so I haven't heard anything from Marta or
I just said
from
it was okay with her. She did
Alicia.
then.
Is
I don't
she
know that
here with
Alicia
us?
was able to
Okay.
pop back on.
Lisa, how do you feel about the first Tuesday of each month? Is that all right with you? Okay. All right, let's have a vote then. Would someone make a motion to approve our board meeting schedule as the first Tuesday of each month at 7 PM?
Sorry, I just noticed one thing. It might be spring break in April on the
Mhm.
first Tuesday. So we may want to consider rescheduling that one. But if
Even
we have
though
a lot
Our
of
school isn't
conflicts-
impacted by spring break. The larger world is impacted by spring break.
Yeah, and if families are traveling or we have a lot of conflicts with our board, we might want to consider that.
Okay.
But I don't know what the spring break is.
This is just the general outline. Are you still okay with the general
Yeah,
outline
I'm good
then?
with that.
Okay.
I just didn't know if we needed to discuss that before.
Is it the first Tuesday or the last Tuesday?
First. Yeah.
Now I make a motion to approve the recommendation first Tuesday at 7 p.m.
Is there someone who can second that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, let's have a vote then to see, let's see, have a vote on the approval of our new, meeting dates and times, our new schedule. Could we have a vote of everyone, and I will make an account. So Marta, you're in favor. And Carrie, you're in favor. Christian's in favor. Sarah's in favor. I'm in favor. Thesa. And
Alicia's
is
getting
Alicia
on.
here? Or
She's
she's
I'm
coming?
talking to her about it. I've let her know she's just running late. And then who seconded this?
I did.
Carrie
sorry.
did.
Okay, that's who I thought.
Sorry, I'll try to say my name. I realize you guys can't see us.
Should we have Alicia come in on our next vote, or should we wait for her to?
I think she can chime in on it. Sarah's
Okay.
been letting her know what it is.
Okay.
And I think you should also discuss the June retreat. You need to be.
I need to be.
Yeah. Running a meeting. I think you should also discuss the June board retreat of if we want to do this thing or something, like I think it needs to be determined.
I would propose that we shift our schedule later in the month. For example, the third Tuesday or even the fourth Tuesday of June. My reasoning for that is because we are going to have to meet again later this month to approve a budget for the year. And if we push it later in the month, we give ourselves a little bit more wiggle room before our deadline to make sure all of our ducks are in a row.
Is June still gonna be a retreat like we're doing today, where we go over more expensive things, do more extensive training?
Well, we are going to have to renew your contract every year, Carol, which takes time. We need an administration report. We're going to have our readiness to open evaluation. Any policies that we're going to need to do are going to have to be done then. So I anticipate it would be, but I don't know for sure. But again, giving us that extra wiggle room, I think might be worth shifting our schedule for that 1 week.
Because the board has to evaluate yourself and set goals and priorities for the next year, as well as evaluating me and.
So
all
in
those
June,
things.
would we not have our normal first Tuesday meeting and just have a retreat maybe the third week in June?
Oh, that sounds good to
But
me.
if you put it on your calendar now, then you're not scheduling your vacations around it. Which is why my recommendation, like, let's go ahead and set it in stone now, so that other things that come up, you say it has to be some other time, I have to do this thing.
Well, I have zero control over my vacation schedule, sadly.
I would recommend June 22nd, just because it's right after midsummer. And that is the fourth Tuesday of the month. There are actually 5 because June 2027 starts on the 1st. Starts on a Tuesday. So we have 5 Tuesdays to select from that month.
And this one would be like morning to noon, like we're doing today.
Eight
Yes.
to 2.
Or if it works with different people's schedules, I don't mind shifting it. But yes, I think this worked really well. We might want to do a 9 o'clock if it's easier for people, but somewhere in this vein.
Work great. It's hard to leave before my children are awake. in
Yeah.
Summer.
Especially in the summertime.
Yeah,
9 to 2 then?
or even like 10. Can we start at 10?
Possibly. I mean, I think go ahead and leave like 9 to 2 as a range, or 9 to 3 as a range, and then as it gets closer, tweak the time. But just like so that people know this is kind of what we're planning on. Iron out the details like in our May 6th meeting, but making sure that we kind of have it already pre-blocked out and put it on your calendars now.
Is Alicia here or?
Did Alicia notify you of her vote for that?
She has not. I can reach out to her. The other issue I see is our February meeting is on Candlemas. Is that going to be an issue for people, especially anyone at a school or teaching or anything like that?
No, for instance, our festivals are always during the day before school's over.
Okay.
We don't have evening Candlemas meetings.
Or is that an
Candlemas-
issue for community events or anything?
Not that I know of on February 2nd.
No.
So what's the protocol if like we have, like it's fine if one board member is missing, but if we have more than one conflict, it might be worth changing it. What's the
Mhm.
protocol for that?
You guys are welcome to do that at any time. You can call an extra meeting at any time. Like the board can call themselves. So the protocol is that the board has to notify the board and the public within 24 hours. So I think our bylaws and if they don't, we need to make sure that they do have a procedure for calling a board. An extra board meeting can't be called without, I think it's an equal number of voting members and officers agreeing to it. So like officers can't just call a vote that, for that political thing that I don't know.
Balance.
Yeah, that I think was mentioned yesterday. I think you were in that meeting. In the open public meeting discussion, there's the rules around who and how and why, it's so that you don't exclude a certain population by not giving enough notice to get there, right? But the board can call a meeting anytime you want, as long as the board agrees that a quorum can show up and that you have business to take care of, and that the agenda is posted within more than 24 hours in advance.
Could we move forward on this and this vote? We already have a quorum voting in on this, on these dates. Is that okay if we move forward then? Okay, so let's go on to board training topics. So we need to approve some of what we want to do for our training. That would be the trainings that I do. And my goal would to keep them the way they are, where we do board trainings through the Charter School Board University book. I have it here if anyone wants to look at it. But I'm thinking of starting over. I was just picking topics that I thought were important. I'm thinking of just starting from the beginning and doing a section at a time for my board trainings. Is there anything other discussion or ideas about that? What other recommendations people have for training our board members? Does anyone have any other ideas? Okay, so could we vote to approve the board training as expressed through the Charter Board University book? Do we have someone who could make a motion to approve that training for next year?
I'll motion to approve it.
Okay, thank you, Christian.
Make sure you're being loud for everybody to hear it.
Motion to approve.
And do we have someone to second that motion?
I second that.
Okay, thank you, Marta. And then
I
let's
like
have a
the
vote on
book.
that. Let's do our vote then.
Christian and Carrie have both raised their hands to approve, since
Christian and
they're
Carrie.
not on camera.
And we have Sarah, Marta, and Thesa approves also. Oh, do I have a vote from you, Thesa? Did you vote to approve the training through the,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, I think
All
I
right.
got frozen for a second.
All right, so we have a quorum also, and a quorum vote on that also. Let's move on then to our Steiner study topics. We went over some of the topics we would like. We've talked about books, Carol and I did, and some other ideas of where to find our topics for the Steiner study. We have books by Steiner himself, like we did finish apparently The Education of the Child, lectures from the Education of the Child. We could read from The Uniqueness of Waldorf Education. This is one of my favorite books, that describes Waldorf education, and it's really a good one. We have maybe reading the Betty Staley books that have to do with adolescents and teenagers, Between Form and Freedom or Tending the Spark. Let's have a discussion about how you would like those Steiner studies to go. Is anyone?
And part of the
an
idea
idea?
is that if we have a clear plan of what we're going to be discussing every month, then there is less question and less uncertainty, and that they can be prepared and moving forward towards our mission and goals. Like what does the board need to know and understand? Also considering, what would be beneficial for new board members coming on, because our current board has a pretty solid foundation in Waldorf education by this point, in all of the discussions and the work that we've been doing. So considering that, those are just some of the thoughts in making sure that the purpose of this is to help new board members get to that 20 hours and 40 hours of Waldorf
Yes,
training,
and feel like they
making
know
sure
more
that
about
our
it. Yeah.
board has a solid foundation of our model so that you can make informed decisions about the school with a model understanding. So as we're discussing curriculum, we're coming from the Waldorf framework. So I don't know if it's too micromanaging to even consider what things do we need to approve throughout the year, and is there a topic from Rudolf Steiner that we want to is there one that's more applicable to approving the budgets? Or, those are just kind of some thoughts of like, how do we be purposeful? That the purpose of this retreat is to make our goals and decide for you as the board to make your goals and decide how you're going to, move forward and advance those goals. And the Steiner study is an integral part of that. So it was a great experiment this past year and a great practice, and we've got it into our soul and into our rhythm of that this is what we do and it's important to us. And then determining how are we going to do that? And if it's planned out, we can give the text to everybody by the time we start in August.
That's my
And then
goal.
you
to
have
send it
enough
out,
time,
to read
like
it.
you just spend 5 minutes every night before you go to bed, so you're ready for the discussion the next meeting and able to go deeper. So that's kind of that's where our discussion as an executive committee was, in how do we use this to empower the board and not just check off a list item.
Mhm.
What did we say, 20 to 40 hours? What's like the?
50% of the board, 50% of the board has to have a minimum of 20 hours of Waldorf training of some kind.
Is that for like
Lifetime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
the-
official training.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Okay.
The board president and I think the vice president have to have 40 hours. So going to the January Waldorf conference, that gets you 20 hours,
Mhm.
right? In the one weekend, right? So,
Mhm.
or a Waldorf certification. So, so the board president has to have that Waldorf foundation. It's accessible. If you've been on the board for a couple of years, you're getting that, especially if you come to the Saturday workshop or the like there's other ways, and do the Waldorf training or the summer thing. So we have a clear path for that, but knowing that our community doesn't already have that. It's like not unheard of. We have plenty of people that have Waldorf background on the board. There are other people out there with Waldorf background that could join the board, but looking at our parent community, how many of them are going to actually have the Waldorf training that we want for our board? And that's one of our safeguards to protect our model. So those of us with the Waldorf training, when we read through our charter agreements, we know what that Head, Heart, and Hands Waldorf model says. We know what it means to have the work study program. We know what it means to have experiential learning from a Waldorf lens. Like, so those work together to make sure that we're preserving this thing, no matter who is in the seat.
I almost wonder if we should make the requirements more for the board president. Because it's, I mean, like you said, you can get 20 hours just by going to the Waldorf Alliance conference.
Isn't it
And
more for the
personally,
board
You don't,
president?
Board president is 40, so they would have to go to that twice. They would have to
Yeah.
do at least two full trainings. And
But
while
like-
it's not a ton,
like Susan has what, like
Years.
2,000 hours of Waldorf training?
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
that's the qualification we need for a board president, right? Like,
But-
I would say in one more year of the Waldorf Alliance, I would not be qualified to be our board president.
No, but
that's
there's
my-
other
I
options
think you would.
too.
Well, and that's why I went back to the uniqueness of Waldorf education, because it goes from the beginning. It's not a Steiner lecture that may be a little complicated to understand or go on to more advanced concepts of Waldorf training. But if you go to one of those, either what's the other book that's that's very common for Waldorf training in the schools, the Waldorf approach, I believe it's.
Is the uniqueness
So-
of Waldorf education, is that an easier read?
Yes.
Steiner's
Yes.
book is like.
Yes, it's an easier, and it's also more basic. It gives you more basic ideas about.
I think we
Edu-
should consider what would be most helpful for someone who comes in and has.
No, well,
experience.
that's what I'm thinking. That's why I added that in.
And for community members who start joining our board meetings, right?
Lisa, what
So
do
that
you,
they're not freaked out either.
what are your
um,
comments, Lisa, about this, about what would be a best way to introduce Waldorf education to our board members that maybe don't know?
What's the held up? What's it called?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry, Lisa.
Your sound is
Susan, what
breaking
is
up.
the book being held up? What is,
The uniqueness of Waldorf education. Let's see if I could show it. This one.
wrote it?
It is Astrid Schmidt Stegman. Do you know that
I
book?
don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
Yes, it's the, I think it's not for, I think the high school centered books are better. And
Okay. Betty
Betty
Staley or
Staley,
yes.
yeah,
Okay.
and she
Between Form and
English
Freedom is really good.
and Betty Staley is English. She's not German speaker, but she's translated it into a much more ability to understand. And She's
Okay.
really a good lecturer.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I would take your advice on that wholeheartedly then. We could read the adolescent books that Betty Staley, start from one of the adolescent books. Do you like Between Form and Freedom or Tending the Spark?
I haven't read Tending the Spark, but Between
I haven't either.
is
It's her
very
it's the one that she published right before she passed, and I have a copy of it. It's really good.
But should we start Between Form and Freedom then maybe? How's everyone feeling about that one if we start with that one for our study?
a way of explaining to parents where the children are at.
Okay, where they're at. I agree that's true because this is a little more focused on elementary level.
I
Okay,
would ask,
They're both Betty
Betty Staley's books, yeah.
To
um,
answer, I have an answer to Carrie's question of like, is 40 hours too little?
Just for the board president.
I would say that here's the other challenge of in the situation that we have that we don't have anybody with more than
Like, we
that.
don't wanna, like,
right.
pigeonhole
Yeah,
ourselves to
exactly.
not have a board president.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I'm just like always thinking of how do we
No.
safeguard ourselves from like.
Right. I
in the
think personally,
future-
I think that 2 full conferences with the Alliance, especially with the connection that we already have, like they will have to be working closely with Liz at that point, right? Like that gets you enough into it that that there's like, no, you're not an I would argue no one's ever an expert
No.
with a lifelong pursuit of this, but it has to have a balance of it. We don't want to scare people away from being on the board either,
Yeah.
right? If someone's coming new to this process and they want to be board president, and it's going to take me 8 years to get enough, like I have to go through a full Waldorf certification to be the president of the board, and I'm not teaching, but I'm really passionate, I'm really organized, and I'm really like efficient, and I work really well with the director, but like I only have a basic understanding. Like the board doesn't have to be Waldorf experts in order to efficiently run the school, but they do have to be invested in the model, right? And so I would argue that you would be fully qualified after 2 conferences because you're like, I don't know everything. And I think it's better if we have someone that's like, I still don't know enough. I need to talk to my director, and I need to talk to my dean of pedagogy, and I need to be working with the team, and I need to make sure that we have people coming onto the board that have more experience than I do, right? I mean, I think I think that distinction that we've already created in our bylaws, we did it was a very purposeful decision in writing that, if you remember, in the discussions that we had as a board. And so to answer your question, that's why it is that way. And
Can I make one other comment? When I was at the board meetings yesterday at the conference, many of the board presidents had been on the board as president for 10 or 15 years. And we made ours a 5-year commitment. So I'm wondering if maybe, like, if we have someone who's really qualified and has Waldorf training and everything, if we want to keep them longer.
so right
maybe-
now, yeah, we
maybe
do
we
have
ought to discuss that
a
issue.
restricted term limit,
Yeah.
and the board could go back to the bylaws and say
Sounds
that
amazing if-
they could be up for reelection, right?
Okay.
Because you also don't want to set a 10-year term limit and have a terrible person you can't get rid of.
Apparently they don't have a term limit for their board president on these.
Can we say a 5-year term with like the option to reelect?
Okay,
Yeah, that can be added.
we might want to add that in.
Because-
Anyway, I just thought of.
I don't think that
I don't know.
applies until our 5th year of operation.
I know.
I just keep thinking,
Yeah,
I just keep thinking, we're trying to build a legacy. with it,
yeah,
right?
that's
Like,
right.
And at our foundational stage, we want to make sure that in 100 years,
Mhm.
our
Yeah.
school is not crumbling
Uh-huh.
because we have.
Allowed the
Or
whole
even in
board to.
10.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but like, hopefully 100, and that,
Yeah.
like, none of us will be here, but we want to make sure that we've set it up for success.
so are we in agreement then we could start with
One
Betty
second.
Staley?
I actually have a couple of things.
Okay,
One, Lisa
Sarah?
has requested
Okay.
that we repeat questions for people that aren't in the room, because sometimes the people behind the camera are hard to hear. And then I would actually suggest, Carrie, I'm going to put you on the hot spot here. If I wanted you to be board president in 5 years, what topics do you feel like you need to step into that role. Because Susan, as much as I love you, you've been doing this for a while and you know this better than I do. And Carol knows this better than I do. And Christian, I don't know anyone that knows it better than Christian, except maybe Steiner himself.
right. Yeah.
But what do you need, Carrie? Because I know it, like I can answer that for myself, and I've asked Alicia the same question. What topics do you need?
I don't even feel like I know enough to answer that question. Can you hear? Sorry, I'll talk louder. First of all, I never want to be board president.
This is hypothetical. I'm not plotting against you, I promise.
I don't know. I'm not even sure what you're asking exactly, Sarah.
So like a person coming on that didn't have, you came onto the board with no formal Waldorf experience.
Mhm.
Most of the training that you have is joining us with the conferences and the discussions that we've had as a board.
I am by far the least qualified person on our board.
That's why we're
Stop
asking
selling
that.
yourself short.
No, you're the parent of a
I'm
Waldorf
like the
child,
least
yeah.
Waldorf.
But someone
Mhm.
passionate like you, this model is working for your family, right?
Mhm.
You are who we actually want to fill the board with.
Right.
And our land trust committee with, right? Because you're passionate, you want to know more, you want to be involved, you're coming into this, you're the families that we're looking for. They don't know that they're Waldorf yet.
Right.
That's going to boost our numbers. This is how it's working for your story is one of the most powerful things that gets us people in the door, right? And so knowing that you are our ideal for the board, where the rest of us are founders,
Mhm.
right? We know the model, we know what it benefits the community, but ultimately our strongest board is built up of you. And so then what would you need to know and understand in order to engage with the director and other experienced people on the board to be able to administer the board correctly, knowing that you're approving policies, you're navigating crises, you're working on community engagement and making sure that we have a good face in the community, community connections and approving program changes and budgets, right? Like that's the job of the board that you're doing. And it's my job to make sure that your vision that we're a Waldorf school is being fully implemented. So what do you need to know to evaluate my success in that?
I don't think I would ever feel qualified for that.
I'm thinking about what,
I looking at those examples of what not to do, right?
Yeah.
And like how I think the most important part of the board, the most important job of the board is making sure the school has a good director.
Mm-hmm.
And unless the board has like a very deep understanding of Waldorf, they're
gonna
not
choose the right
qualified to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like my understanding is deep enough to like pick the right.
So then the
person.
question is, what do you need to have a deep enough understanding to choose a good director?
Carol, I'm thinking about what Veronica was doing with your new teaching.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of training might be what we need, because that was.
The board is always welcome to those workshops.
Yes, because that's the kind of training that goes very deeply, right, like what you did, Christian, that first time you did the training.
That's what
Talking
I-
about the threefold human being and the fourfold human being, and then talking about the stages of development and those things that Veronica taught in her
Another
session with the new
logistical
teacher.
question with that.
Yeah,
Do we change the monthly Steiner study on the board meeting to requiring any board member with less than 40 hours has to go to so many monthly trainings? Can you require that as a board? Will we get people to join the board if that's the requirement as volunteers?
I
I think it's better to send something for them to learn from. Like even a book is better than making them go to more meetings.
There's
Or have a trainer come to our meetings.
But understanding that the entire board doesn't have to have a deep Waldorf,
Yeah, there is that,
understanding,
true.
but we have to have
Enough.
the majority
Mhm.
probably, and like the president more so.
And a path for like, not you specifically, but someone like you might have a goal of, I'd like to serve in an officer.
I would say they would need to do something official to be the president, don't you think? Like, I don't know.
I don't have an official Waldorf certification. I've gone to every
You've gone to
training
a
I can
training,
get
that's what-
for the
that's
past
like a
5 years,
certification, like a
but-
training, like a real training that's like
Mhm.
beyond
at
The, like,
some
Lions
point it
training?
becomes,
Well, that's why we said hours rather than a specific thing. They could choose, maybe they went to the Waldorf training at Wasatch Wasatch Charter.
or they
maybe
joined the
go to
ones
a
at Azure Field.
Yes,
Or
yeah.
maybe they went to an Alliance conference,
Yeah.
or maybe they wanted to get a certification, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
they could choose the way they learned in their hours.
and all of those paths are equally valid in getting that experience.
So
But
what's
we're-
the
Um,
purpose of this discussion?
To answer your question.
Well, it's also to,
And to,
and to keep
is
our.
this the right place?
We want a training each month in some way about Waldorf
so.
ideas and Waldorf study.
And I think that
Steiner's
we're trying to
ideas.
get designation in the board
I think
requirements.
as a busy parent, and we're also wanting to get professionals on our
Mm-hmm.
team, like with law experience and financial experience, who are going to have full-time jobs and
Mhm.
families. For a general board rule, we have to make it very accessible and very
Uh-huh.
easy. So I think reading a book and doing a training, for our board meetings is much more realistic.
Yep.
As a
I
general.
agree. And I also value that if community members, Sarah has her hand up just so that you know.
Mhm.
If community members join, just that this is who we are first, right? Like we're framing our board meetings with, we're committed to grappling with an idea about Steiner,
Mhm.
and that this is a part of our, and it just kind of sets a different tone and intention for the whole board meeting. And we've got those ideas fresh on our mind as we're discussing these other pedantic things, right? So I
Yeah.
think for even people that aren't a part of Waldorf, we still have this discussion of this developmental stage bouncing around in our heads as we're discussing the impact that it has on our school.
Yeah, I
So.
think starting, with 10 minutes of study on Waldorf is very helpful.
So then this
You said
discussion
that-
is just, how are we going to do that with the most purpose next year? So that it is advancing these goals and is meeting those goals. So defining for ourselves this study. I think Marta and Sarah, I could talk all day. I should not.
Let's hear from Martin first.
Here.
My opinion of how I've learned everything through the years is online trainings on my time when I can get to them. That's how I got through my teacher training, is online teaching. I think for parents, busy parents, to have to, like this training, stop what you're doing and sit somewhere from 8 till 2. That's not very convenient, but if you can set aside some time every evening, say, to address a training that have on whatever, maybe have them go in order. Can we make up some sort of trainings like that? Or
Yeah, like-
get access to someone who has recorded things like that?
So maybe this conversation is not, it's moot, because we just need to stick to the 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
we
I
have,
think-
but we have to decide what we're gonna use this time for, this
Mhm.
Steiner study time for.
Well, and we're putting resources together for our teachers that they'll have to do some things on their own time and in between. And those can be absolutely available to new board members that want to go deeper. Here's a list of books, having a process to check them out of our professional library as long as a teacher doesn't need them. We have the ability to add that to board members as we get going.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
I was just gonna throw it out there. For me personally, what would have helped me the most if I was just starting out, and what did help me when I was starting out, was Education for Social Change. But that is from Steiner, and it has social change, which is a political hot topic right now. And so I would defer to Christian on if he knows of a better book that is not Steiner but covers the same material. Also, the Alliance for Public Waldorf Education has a book called Schools and the Waldorf Vision, a modern guidebook. So they are probably dealing with this as well. So if we're looking for a way to level up non-Waldorf people, that might be one to look at. I just haven't read that one myself.
Maybe that one be one to consider for our board meetings.
I would say that Steiner's political position doesn't map cleanly onto anything today, right? It's just the title that would scare people, right?
Yes.
People have called to left and to right at different times.
Yes,
Because it was 100 years ago, right?
even the terms are.
Yeah.
Changed, yeah.
In fact, the
It
Gurgiana
just-
may have been burned down by communists, like actually by the Communist Party and
Wow.
communist people in Germany because they hated the social ideas.
Mhm.
But people call him a Nazi too, right? It's just like, you know. But so yeah, I'm not opposed to that book. It just might, I think the bigger risk for education for social change is that it's too complicated
Yeah.
or it's just too
Well,
specialized.
that's why I like Education of the Child. I think it takes the lectures that he had that talk about Waldorf philosophy in the community, and they're simple and
And the
easy.
developmental stages of the children and how do you address
Mhm.
each stage?
I'm a fan of the one Thesis suggested. I looked it up.
Between form and freedom.
I want that one.
I think I'm.
I think that's a really great
that's the
place
one
to
I would
start.
like to start with. How does everyone feel about starting with that this year? And then we'll decide after we finish that one, what else we move on to. Okay, so
I would
could someone,
propose that we vote to approve between form and freedom for our Steiner study.
thank you.
I
for that
second that
proposal.
motion.
Okay, thank you, Marta. And then let's have a vote then. I'm in favor. Sarah's in favor, Marta's in favor. Christian, Carrie, Lisa, and
Alicia hasn't joined yet.
Alicia hasn't joined. Okay, thank you for that vote. It's unanimous that we will start with at least the form and
It's
freedom.
only unanimous.
I mean, it's-
100% of the board.
That's right. If 100% of the board are there. So we
Everyone
have a
there.
majority, we have a
Majority pass, yeah.
not a majority. What is it
Yeah.
called? We have the
Yeah, it is the majority.
the majority.
We have a
vote.
quorum.
We have
yeah.
a quorum is what I meant to say. yes.
Majority
Okay.
quorum vote, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, our next tasks are, these are long tasks. I'm not sure. What's our time looking like?
And I can support with this a little bit. So
Let me have you introduce these
Yeah.
and let us go through them. okay?
So the discipline policy, Sarah, if you'll go ahead and share the agenda and I'll tell you some things to click on. The discipline policy, the state sent out something recently that had some additional things.
You need the discipline pop. Oh, okay.
I have all these policies here if you want them.
Yeah,
I printed them out.
I'm trying to. This one is not our correct policy.
Oh, is that the old one?
That's a very old one. The student
Okay.
employee handbook has
Yep.
links to the most updated things.
I believe that's the one
Um,
we approved at some point. Okay, is this the correct one that you're looking for?
Actually, will you let me share my screen
Absolutely.
and I will.
Stop sharing.
I will show some things. Okay, I gotta figure out how to navigate both of these screens. Where's my mouse? Share my screen. And I want desktop one. Okay.
So if these policies are not the same as what Carol's going to bring up, should we make a note in that the policy is updated and
Yeah, the links will
Yeah.
be updated and correct to the correct policies.
yeah.
Um,
Sarah, if you could make a note of that. So if we vote on this, it will be the correct one we're voting on.
Yes, I can.
make
I'm
your-
going to just change
If
all
you
of
click
the
over
links to.
Okay, find my mouse. Okay, so here's our policy folder. If there isn't a link to the policies in the board drive, I'm going to put a link to our policies in the board drive. With our discipline policy, so we have a student and parent handbook single file right now. I think in some of our discussions, just having everything in one place, it is 180 pages long.
I printed
So
three.
it's alphabetically, well, I'm showing it to everybody, so it's
Okay.
up here. Most of these policies the board has already reviewed. We will not have after-school detention because we're doing reliance on public transportation. We have a longer school day. We're doing everything within the day. Alternative languages, this is just people that don't speak English as a first language, how we engage with them. Our attendancy and truancy policy, this, just for information on the board, the state legislature is working on redefining a lot of these things post-COVID, that there were attendance exceptions made during COVID that kind of shifted the culture, and we're trying to get students back into schools consistently. Parents have had a lot of latitude. So we've determined what counts as a tardy, what counts as an absence, and having students make up excessive absences to make sure that they stay caught up on their coursework. One of the newest things in legislation is that parents can excuse any absence without restrictions as long as their child in a high school maintains above a 2.0 grade point in all of their classes. So they have to be passing all of their classes. 2.0, I think, is a C. All of their classes have to be passing in order for a parent to excuse anything.
Can I ask a question? We picked out some policies here for a review.
Mhm.
Are we really voting on these today again, or are you saying that we still need to wait?
The ones that are highlighted have had changes that we needed to update with the state. So our discipline policy has some, I don't think this one is the redlined copy. I think it's the blue. So the blue language that's listed here, let me see if I can move. So we had to add some definitions for severe infractions. We had to review our expulsion policy. So here we have the parent responsibility. If a student is suspended or expelled more than 10 days, the parent is responsible for undertaking an alternative education plan. We kick their documents back to the district. So the districts are really in charge of students that fall under that. If we have to do this. So we have emergency safety interventions that we had to add. There's core components of Utah code that really we just added their definitions. It doesn't change what we've already put. There's prohibitions that ESI, emergency safety interventions cannot be used in place of appropriate less restrictive. So this is the restraining students and isolation and those things. And those are not a part of our procedures for discipline. Physical restraint, here's all of the legal code around making sure that people are trained and that it is the last resort only for safety in danger, and that we do not use corporal punishment and mandatory reporting. And so that all of this blue stuff is from the state requirements and procedures for that. So parents have to have a right to appeal for discipline. They have a formal written request, they have a hearing with the administration, and then the board makes a final determination. So those are the updates that we made to the discipline policy that the board would need to approve. Does anybody want me to go into more detail over any of these blue sections that I've kind of been skimming through?
Is
we
there
put-
any, like, it doesn't sound like there's really any significant changes at all, pretty much. It's
Just adding codes and
Yeah.
things and
Mhm.
adding the proper
Language
State.
and the proper definitions, and
from
yeah,
the state.
it doesn't materially change our process. It just adds some clarification on some things and explicitly states some others and goes through the emergency safety restraints and things like that. So, Any other questions from those of you online?
Are you showing this to them at all?
Yeah, they can
They
see it.
See it, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
This is what I'm screen sharing.
okay. Do we feel ready to approve that discipline policy? Let's see,
Yeah, I would motion to approve the.
okay,
discipline-
thank
discipline
you,
Policy.
Carrie. Do we have a second for approving our discipline policy as updated?
I'll second it.
Thank
I
you.
second it.
Jen.
Maybe when you say their name, Claire, say Sarah.
So
please.
Christian has seconded and Carrie has approved a vote. And let's have our vote now, if we could make our
You have to list everybody's names since they're not on the camera.
Susan and Sarah has voted for, and Marta. And Christian is voting in the affirmative, Carrie's voting in the affirmative, and Thesa. So we have a quorum vote on the discipline policy. And our next policy that we need to look at is conflict of interest policy
This
that was
one,
updated.
I don't think this one has been changed, and I don't see that one in the big handbook.
Oh,
Where did I? What
I don't see it either here.
so Carol, that might be my fault. I went through the policies because I thought we were updating them for our annual updating. And I went and put through all the ones that I had in the old file on there. So there might be a few that are not correct. So if that's the
Okay.
case, we can omit those.
Let's see, where's my agenda?
So I have discipline, conflict
For
of
today.
interest, school closure.
So should we omit this? Okay, we'll
So
omit
the
conflict of
big
interest.
thing that we need to,
Should we move to school closure policy?
Before we do, I would just like to point out we do need to have conflict of interest papers re-signed every year.
yes, those are not due yet. Let
Okay.
me find my board drive.
When, in one of the classes.
We're gonna.
Susan, did you go to that policy class with the glass bowls?
Yes.
So she talked about having like a, my gosh, the term just left me. Like a calendar for your policy.
Yes.
So once we approve them, they go on the calendar to be approved
Again, at a certain
beginning of the
time.
year.
Yeah.
And we approve like every meeting, we're like going over 1 to 3 policies.
Yep.
Do we have someone doing like just like a master calendar?
I just talked to Sarah about
Has
that
she?
Not
last
yet.
night. So our
Yeah.
secretary's looking into that and
Okay,
putting it.
great.
And all of these are new, so I think we need to
I think
review
at
them
this-
every
at-
year.
At this
yeah.
point,
Maybe every,
well, and this is the readiness to open. So a couple of things. In the board drive, I added a board assurances and compliance folder that has our conflict of interest forms.
oh.
There,
Oh, yes,
I need
remember.
to,
Those
I
are
need to
new.
link them over from the admin drive, but we've all filled those out and they're not due yet. So they are done every year, but I need to look at when those are done. I think that was January. And then the oath of office forms, here's just the template that I put together of what that looks like. So everybody will be getting a copy of this in August when we do that. So those are some additional resources that I've put in the board. And we do have conflict of interest forms that everybody has signed. Here, I'm going to move to the pre-operational checklist for some of these. So the student parent handbook, I'm going to do a brief overview of that in just a minute. We needed to have a data security plan. So let me show the board this one. Azure Fields Charter High School protects the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of students, employees, volunteers, contractors, organizational data. So this is kind of pulled from state code that this policy makes sure that it applies to governing board employees, contractors and consultants, volunteers, student aides, third-party services, and any individual that has access to any information in our system. And that the executive director serves as the data governance officer, making sure that we're compliant with all of these things. Data classification, we put together, we'll need to put together a, I know the definition. I mean, I know the word that I'm looking for. It's a master document that states what all of our data is, and there's a directory of anybody that might have access to our data and what kind of data they can use and all of that. So public data is information that anybody has, it's on public notice. Internal use is things that we only use internally. And anybody that is a part of our system and program can access that, which includes student names and what their grade level is and whatnot. Confidential data is as you need to know. So IEP information, internal use that this student has an IEP. The confidential use is the details of that student's IEP is restricted to the people that are working individually with that student. Just because you're an employee here doesn't mean you need to know all their details if you're not interfacing directly with that student. Restricted data is highly sensitive information, including specific details in student education records, personally identifiable information, special education records, health information maintained by the school, student discipline records, financial account information, authentication credentials, and passwords. These are things that don't get shared. Background check information is also included in that, personally identifiable information.
Where does the student's address fall in this?
That would be internal use data. And so it, student names could be public data if the parents do not opt out of sharing that data, right? Like parents can say, I want to further restrict what you would normally use in public data. So public data is anything that we would publish in a news article. And unless the parent says, I don't want my student's name mentioned in newspaper articles, that is now more restricted data. Student data privacy, making sure that we're protecting our students and the parents' rights. If our students are on computers during the school day, the parents have a right to see exactly what the students are accessing at the school. And we have a system that we're looking at for that once that becomes a part of our system. Our information security system, making sure that our student information system is controlled, only people that need access to information have access to information and our SIS system does that. Password requirements, device security, acceptable use of technology. So this works in partnership with our technology use, that technology is used with purpose as a tool. This is the legal requirements that we have firewalls, endpoint protection, malware protection, content filtering, backup and recovery of our systems, access, logging and monitoring who has access to what systems, remote access being secured, and then how third-party applications and vendors have to keep our data secure and the contracts that we make. We also have annual training requirements for our teachers that include FERPA requirements, which is the student records, student data and privacy, cybersecurity, password management, phishing prevention, incident reporting procedures, training for our new employees for all of these procedures, physical security on site, that our offices are secured, rooms stayed locked, controlled access to our server and networking computers, and networking equipment, visitor management procedures so that we know who is in the building at all times and if they're supposed to be there. Secure disposal of paper records, making sure we have things shredded that are supposed to be, protection against theft, loss, and unauthorized access of our assets, compliance and enforcement, that there's consequences if things are violated, and then annual review and other policies that connect to this policy. So we have a place to adopt this policy and get that on the calendar. Are there any questions about this? This really is just a checklist for our systems, for our readiness to open policy that needs to be covered. Any questions on what I covered? Any
They say
discussion?
in that policy class, something that's really helpful is to put right in the policy. Oh, they gave us a outline for policies.
Mhm.
That was really helpful, but they said, just link, like, this is linked to why we have to have this policy.
Mhm.
Or is that in there? I
Mhm.
was just curious. Okay, great.
Yeah, our team is really good at going back and linking to those codes.
So I have an agenda kind of question. Are we now moving from these policies and reviewing
I
and
don't
voting
think
on them
that
to
list is
to
accurate.
looking at what's on your needs to have voted from the
Yeah.
district? Okay.
That list, Sarah, did you pull that list from the readiness to open? Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, no, I'm here.
From the pre-operational checklist? Is that where you pulled those from?
These look like annual policy review.
They were an annual
policies.
policy. I thought we do have employment policy, assurances, and student employee handbook that we
For
need to
new
go
things.
over and do the policies that were in the student
I
employee
think most
handbook.
of these policies aren't up for annual review yet because we only approved them a few months ago.
I
So
agree.
outside of the ones,
So we are switching now to approving policies that are on the state's governance progress report.
Mhm.
Okay, I just want that to be stated.
So we're
Yeah.
just
So-
putting things that have changed.
No, that she has.
yeah,
that
so the discipline policy did have things that changed that
Okay.
needed to be approved, so we approved it,
Okay.
right? All of the other policies, they're not up for review because we just approved them a few months ago.
Okay,
Yes.
And on that list, I don't know of any others that have been updated.
like the discipline.
But yeah, the
policies, so-
discipline policy specifically had things that came back from the state that needed to be updated and approved.
So if we have a vote right now, it would be on the data security plan that you just read. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the next policy.
the
I don't know,
data
maybe the
security
board needs
plan
to vote.
And the student employee handbook.
This one is not yet.
It's on the
It's in the
progress
drive.
to open.
Yeah, it's linked on the progress to open. And I drafted it last night, so.
Okay. I'm
It was,
just- Okay, if it's linked, I'm just trying to make sure we're not voting on things that we can't legally vote on.
I think it's
Oh,
listed
yeah.
on the, because you did put the readiness to open on here, didn't you?
I
Yeah.
see it on there, but I don't think we actually have a vote on the readiness to open as a policy. We have transportation,
The readiness
retention.
to open isn't a policy, it's just voting on anything on that document that needs to be approved for readiness to open.
Is that
saw it
because
in
we
here
were doing
too.
that?
Well, that's what
I
I'm worried
think
that it's not on our
so.
board. Let's see. I do remember it in here somewhere, I thought, so. Readiness to open.
Because I do have the readiness to open documentation at the top for reference for the board. I don't know if we have
Where
a
is
vote.
that?
It's linked at the very top of the page.
Oh,
But there's no voting item on it.
Well, I mean, this is a policy and we have on our list approving policies. And so, I mean, my understanding is that we're approving policies and it is linked in the document.
where is
In the
readiness-
minutes?
where is the readiness to
The
open?
very first thing.
School readiness to open,
It's called this, not readiness to open, but. that's what it
pre-operational
is.
school progress evaluation.
Yeah.
That's under, but there's no note that we're gonna be doing votes on things on that.
Do we have to be specific?
That's what I'm worried with.
So in
we would
the
need to-
agenda, we have on the agenda to vote to approve policies.
Policy review and voting.
And we don't have to be specific on which policies we're voting on.
No.
We don't, Sarah? That worries me a little bit.
So
Do we have to be-
my non-legal but personal opinion is that we could go ahead, and if it becomes an issue, then we would have to re-debate this and resolve this in the future.
Okay. We do have new policies to review, but
Mhm.
they're not listed out, like the data one isn't listed here to
Right,
review it.
and they don't have to be. We just, the new policies, it is an agenda item and it was posted, and so that it is any new policies that need to be discussed and approved is on the agenda.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just want to be sure
Yeah,
we're
I know.
legally
Mhm.
there.
And
So I'm just going to rename some of these and we'll
Mhm.
do a vote on the ones that are on the school opening progress
Mhm.
report. So we just got through with a description of the
security.
data security plan. Is there someone who could vote to approve the data security plan as proposed? Or as read?
propose
I
to
vote
go-
to make a motion to approve the data security plan.
All
As
right,
mentioned.
Marta, could you second that vote? Because we had Carrie as the original.
Well, let her. do it.
Sure, I
Okay,
second
Marta.
that vote.
Okay. All
I
right.
second and third it and fourth it and whatever you need.
Okay. So let's have a vote on the data security plan as read by our director in the school progress report. So Susan McDonald voted in favor, Sarah Archibald voted in favor, Marta's voting in favor, Christian's voting in favor. And we have Carrie Shippers voting in favor, and Thesa Kalinikos.
Yep.
And we have a quorum there then in favor of the data security plan. Okay, Carol, is there
Did you
another
see
one?
Thesis vote? I didn't see Thesis vote.
Oh, yes,
There
there
it
it
is.
is, a little
Okay.
thumb. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Our fee schedule has already been approved. The only other new thing before we get into the policy handbook, get back to the policy handbook, is that we needed a, policy for employment. Here it is. So especially as we move into more formal hiring, making sure that our process and procedure is clearly stated and understood by everyone, so there's no confusion. And so this will be one of the first things that employees receive. This policy helps to clearly define the different roles of administration and the board in whose responsibility is what. Our board has decided that the board will not approve every individual hiring decision for the school. And that is applicable under state law. Charter boards do not have to approve every hiring decision, same where district schools do. And the board has decided to put that responsibility on the executive director. So this policy outlines what that process looks like. So I'm going to take a little bit more time to go through this policy so that everybody has a clear understanding of it.
Good.
Um,
3/4 of a tank, is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sarah, you
that
want to mute
works.
Marta? There you go. Okay. So the employment policy, the purpose of the employment policy is to establish clear responsibilities and procedures for staffing, recruitment, employment, evaluation, compensation, and separation of employees at Azure Fields Charter High School or AFCHS. The school seeks to recruit, support, and retain highly qualified employees who advance the school's mission, vision, educational philosophy, and operational goals while complying with applicable federal law, Utah law, State Board of Education rules, and governing board policy. Here's the governing board responsibilities. The governing board shall provide oversight of the school's employment framework and fiscal stewardship by approving salary schedules and compensation structures, approving job descriptions and minimum qualifications for positions, approving annual budgets, including salary and benefit allocations, hiring, supervising, evaluating, and determining compensation for the executive director, approving negotiated compensation arrangements that fall outside of approved salary schedules, like we did at a previous meeting. Adopting personnel policies consistent with applicable law and USB rule, ensuring compliance with applicable federal, state, and employment requirements. Except as otherwise required by law or board action, the governing board shall not participate in the hiring, supervision, evaluation, discipline, or termination of employees other than the executive director. The executive director responsibility. Any questions on the board responsibilities?
Oh, that's.
Executive director responsibilities. The executive director is responsible for administration of all personnel matters and shall recommend staffing positions and staffing levels necessary to fulfill the school's mission and operational needs. Ensure staffing decisions remain within the board-approved budgets. Recruit, hire, supervise, evaluate, and retain employees. Make financial hiring recommendations and make the final hiring recommendations and employment decisions. Issue employment offers and determine salary placement within approved salary schedules. Recommend personnel policies and staffing modifications to the governing board. Ensure compliance with applicable employment laws, licensing requirements, background check requirements, and school policies. Any questions on my duties as an executive director in the hiring process?
Is there, I'm sorry, I'm like so like worried about our future over here, but is there any way to safeguard, like, if a director like is, I mean, obviously, like,
Let me get to the end of the policy and see if you
Okay.
still have your question.
okay.
Okay. Equal opportunity employment. AFCHS is committed to providing equal employment opportunities and shall not discriminate in recruitment, hiring, compensation, promotion, discipline, termination, or any other employment practice on the basis of any characteristic protected by federal or Utah law. The school shall comply with applicable provisions of Title VII, Civil Rights, Americans with Disabilities, ADA, Age Discrimination Employment, ADEA, Uniformed Service Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, USERRA, Anti-Discrimination Act of Utah, and other applicable federal and state employment laws. That's just saying that we agree to comply with all of these laws. Background checks, licensing, and professional qualifications. All employees shall satisfy applicable criminal background check requirements established by Utah law and USBE rule prior to employment. Employees serving in positions requiring professional licenses, educator licenses, endorsement certifications, and other credentials shall maintain such qualifications throughout employment. Employees shall comply with applicable educator standards, professional ethics requirements, and USBE rules governing the educator conduct. Failure to maintain required qualifications may result in disciplinary action, reassignment, or separation from employment. So that's each employee's responsibility to make sure that they maintain that licensing and professional qualifications as terms of their employment. Any questions there? The recruitment and hiring process. Section A, recruitment. Employment opportunities shall generally be posted through the AFCHS website, K-12 JobSpot or similar education employment platforms, WaldorfToday.com or similar Waldorf education employment networks when appropriate, and other recruitment sources approved by the executive director. The candidate screening. Applicants shall be reviewed to determine whether the candidates meet minimum qualifications established for that position. Interview process. Qualified candidates shall participate in interviews conducted by a hiring panel that may include the executive director, the dean of pedagogy, the dean of students, and an appropriate supervisor or department leader.
Would that include a board member?
No,
No,
board
or
members
no?
are not a part of the hiring process
Okay.
because that's resting here.
Okay.
So that interview process includes the leadership and the department supervisor. Introductory Waldorf Mission Workshop. As a part of the selection process, candidates shall participate in an introductory workshop designed to provide an overview of the principles and practices of Waldorf education, the mission, vision, and values of Azure Fields Charter High School, the school's educational model, and expectations for faculty and staff. Participation in the workshop allows both the candidate and the school to access alignment with the school's culture and educational philosophy. So those monthly workshops throughout the hiring process. As we build those online, I think we will have a recording with a questionnaire response that they have to fill out to verify that they've completed that training. And that has been super helpful in this current, we piloted it this past spring. And it helped us find the teachers that we have. They came to these workshops and were so excited about what we do. And they are really on board and willing to stick with us through deferment year. I don't know that we would have had that kind of assured commitment without that workshop. We
Yeah,
also had
that's very good.
multiple
Yeah.
candidates that after the workshop or during the workshop said, actually, this is not what I thought it was, and I don't think I'm a good fit for this. I'm
Uh-huh.
pulling out.
Yeah.
And I said, thank you so much for letting me know now instead of October when we're
Mhm.
mid-year and it's a mess for everybody. So I think that full transparency in the program, since we are so unique and it is so demanding, has been super helpful in allowing us to find the best fit candidates. After the introductory workshop, we have a hiring recommendation. Following interviews and candidate evaluations, the hiring panel shall discuss the qualifications of candidate and develop a hiring recommendation for consideration by the executive director. The final hiring authority, the executive director shall have the final authority for all employment decisions, including selection of candidates, determination of employee offers, placement on approved salary schedules, and decisions regarding whether to fill vacant positions. The executive director may accept, modify, or decline recommendations made by the hiring panel. So that's the process that it's never just me in an interview. There's always recommendations from multiple people. And the list of people that I hire comes to the board as information that has no action item attached to it. You guys are approving, we're going to hire this number of teachers that fits within our budget. This is the job description for our teachers. This is the job description for our office staff. So you're approving the type of work that gets done in the school, and I fill it with those people.
I was just thinking in the future, not a worry with you, but
Mhm.
is there a check of power for a director who may be going off the rails and hiring people who are not in the best interest of the school?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to, like, I know that it's in the process of hiring, but the director still has the final say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if in the case we, heaven forbid, end up with
So
a
worst
director
case
that's not-
scenario, at the end of the year in the director review, you get rid of the director and address the hiring issues. Yeah, so
I was just wondering. if
we're
it was, like,
still
an
partway
every stage where
through.
Oh, you're not done? I thought you were done.
that's that part. Sorry, we're about halfway through.
Okay.
Because
Carry on.
this goes all the way to exiting an employee.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions midway in the process? The compensation and salary placement. This guides where I can put them on their salary schedule. Employees shall be compensated according to salary schedules approved by the governing board. Initial salary placement shall be determined by the executive director based upon approved salary schedules, qualifications, experience, qualifications, and budget availability. Compensation arrangements outside of approved salary schedules require governing board approval. Employment officers shall identify compensation, benefit eligibility, employment status, and any applicable conditions of employment. So the number 3 there is Red Apple, making sure that everybody is put in the right place for their compensation. But the board has oversight in like if I'm presenting you, these are the salaries for the teachers that I'm looking to hire, and you guys have a concern that we're hiring someone that's triple everybody else's salary, right? That's where you call me into question of let's go over this. It's my duty to bring proactively, like I did with the other person, I think we need to compensate this person differently. This is why I would like this type of person with this type of qualifications for this. That's already in the process. Does that?
Yeah, I've just, seen other directors in desperation, just hire anyone that they can get a hold of.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I want to make sure
And
that that cannot happen in our future.
sometimes that is a reality.
Yeah,
I
I
think
realize that.
we're, and that at the end of the day, sometimes you do just have to have a warm body. And if that person turns out well, there should be a place for them to have a renewed contract. And if not, then it gets terminated. And so I think that's just making sure that you guys have a clear pulse on how the director is doing things and those evaluations throughout the year.
Yeah, and if it looks like their director is just hiring willy-nilly and not, and waiting till the last.
There will be, I'm
minute,
pretty sure there'll be other red flags
Yes.
going along
that's
with
right.
it. There'll be
Right.
multiple
I was
concerns.
just wondering if we needed extra safeguard for the hiring process, like other than like, well, this director is obviously not doing great and we need a new director. Is there, I don't know, just a thought.
You
Does that
can,
make
you can,
sense?
the board
No,
can
yeah.
bring actions against the governing board at any
It does
time,
make sense. I
and you
just-
could rewrite the policy at any time.
So like at that time, say as a board, we're noticing that the director is just not hiring who we need
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
for the school. At that time, the board can make changes to the policy.
Yeah, you guys are the governing people. So employee support review and evaluation, this is how our team engages with the employees once they come on. The evaluation system, so this is the other safeguard in making sure that those things are happening, because all of this has to be documented and overseen. So the evaluation system is intended to support employee growth, accountability, professional excellence, and alignment with the school's mission and goals. Nothing in this policy supersedes educator evaluation requirements established by Utah law, USB rule, or evaluation systems formally adopted by the school. The teacher support and professional growth. Teachers shall receive ongoing support from the Dean of Pedagogy, including individual goal setting and professional growth planning, informal classroom observations and coaching conversations, faculty study groups, book studies and professional reading discussions, workshops, conferences, and training related to Waldorf education, instructional practices, classroom management, and student development, faculty collaboration, mentoring, and peer leading opportunities, peer learning opportunities, and then other professional development activities aligned with the school goals and employee needs. This section protects the teachers. This is our contract with them, and these are the supports that we are going to offer, as some of us did not have in other places.
So they can say like, if a teacher is not feeling supported, they can say, hey, like your policy
Does
says
it
you have to
say anything
report
about
me."
Waldorf training?
Yes,
Okay, let me.
yes,
can you
under
read
the
that?
Dean of Pedagogy, individual,
Okay.
yeah, Waldorf education, the book studies, the faculty, like it's all
Okay.
centered in that from the Dean of Pedagogy, who
Yeah.
is in charge of the Waldorf education.
Okay.
The student support team also has opportunities for professional growth. Student support team employees shall receive comparable support from the Dean of Students through goal setting, observations, coaching, collaboration, professional learning, and professional development activities. So the Dean of Pedagogy is over the teaching staff, making sure that they are supported in their job. The Dean of Students is over all of the student support staff, specifically making sure that they're supported in their goal setting. And then I make sure that all formal evaluations happen. So here's the formal evaluation process. The executive director shall conduct annual evaluations for all employees. The evaluation cycle includes a pre-evaluation interview that is conducted between July 1 and the end of the first academic quarter. So those office positions and the administrative team, I'm doing those in July and August before school starts. Our teachers and other school personnel that don't come on until the start of the school year. I have until the end of the first academic quarter, until parent-teacher conferences, to have an initial interview and set goals, make sure they understand their job description. These are your duties. What goals do you want to set for your improvement? Where are your weaknesses that need to be worked on? So this will review. Yeah, it includes a review of their job responsibilities, professional goals, performance expectations, and areas of focus. For returning employees, that goes back to the previous year's cycle evaluation. Last year, here's where you were. Here's where we're starting from. What is your goal for moving forward? Informal observations, a minimum of 2 informal observations during the school year for each employee. That's just me walking around, being in the building, seeing what you do, and giving you feedback. Observations focus on the progress towards their goals, their job performance, alignment with school expectations. I'm having informal conversations. Hey, how's that goal going? Do you need more support? Are you feeling, do we need to change the goal? And then feedback is provided following any observation that I provide to support their growth and improvement, so that the formal evaluation isn't a gotcha at the end. The formal evaluation, one annual formal evaluation will be done on all employees that includes their job performance, professional responsibilities, progress towards their goals, professionalism, collaboration, and support for the school mission and educational program. So the Dean of Students and the Dean of Pedagogy are offering support for growth for their people and are supporting this work, but it's my job to do the formal. I'm the person that says your job is on the line because you're not performing like you should be. So that kind of protects all of the people in that
Carol, we have
process.
passed the official lunchtime. Could we change that
There's-
till noon?
I think so.
Change lunchtime till noon, but that still only gives us 4 more minutes to get through this and make a vote.
Okay.
All
It's,
right.
I'm almost
Okay.
done with this one.
All right.
So then I do that formal observation and there's a post-evaluation interview. This is where I conference to review the evaluation results, identify growth opportunities, establish future goals. This would also be, you're not on a path to continue employment if necessary. Evaluation records are held in personnel files. The employee can access them and they're protected by the data policy we've already approved. Improvement and support plans. When performance concerns arise, the director may implement a performance improvement plan that identifies the specific concerns, improvement expectations, timelines for improvement, support. I'm going to put timelines for support resources and follow-up procedures. The school has a culture of continuous improvement. The school promotes a culture of reflection, collaboration, professional learning, and continuous improvement. The records are maintained in accordance with law and our policies. Separation from employment, Utah is at will. So our school is committed first and foremost to employee success and improvement. We offer coaching, evaluation, professional development, improvement plans. We're being very intentional about our culture and how we support people. Our teachers are also divine human beings who deserve respect and dignity and support to do the real heavy lifting of the work that we do. That's one of my biggest concerns in the educational, landscape at large, is that teachers and students are treated as pieces in a machine. And so this policy helps us maintain the dignity of people, that they know what supports. And so yes, if a teacher gets put on an improvement plan, but they're not being provided with these resources that we've contracted to, that's a completely different conversation that can have board discipline for the director to be not following that procedure correctly. Separation following performance concerns. Employment may be terminated when an employee fails to satisfy performance expectations, fails to meet performance improvements plan requirements, fails to maintain required qualifications or credentials, demonstrate the inability to perform essential job duties, engages in conduct that materially interferes with school operations, student welfare, and student responsibilities and assigned responsibilities. The mission and program alignment. Employees are expected to support the mission, vision, educational philosophy, policies, and instructional program adopted by the governing board. This is another section that speaks to your concern, Carrie. That in our policy, everyone's expected to be doing this. And if there's enough evidence that you're actually going against our mission in these ways, that's grounds for this.
Talked about the very real possibility of having a director who's not that
Yes.
in Waldorf.
Mhm.
And so that's the concern, that the
Yeah.
director is like, doesn't have that many checks,
Yeah.
and is in charge of hiring. And if you have a director that's not that deep in Waldorf and they're not listening to the people who are,
Mhm.
you go off the rails pretty easily, right?
Mhm.
So I'm like, is there a way to say the dean of pedagogy? Or
She did read a section there where
I
the
know
dean is
that-
also
I know that that's
part of the
involved, that she's,
involved.
Mhm,
involved, but it's
recommendations.
still if the director.
Do you
chooses to
want-
Ignore everyone.
Do you want so there's the teaching staff that's the most critically and important. Does the cafeteria worker have to be aligned with Waldorf 100%?
No.
Right? So
I'm
we
just-
could put that all teaching personnel have to be approved by the 3 administrators instead of
that
just
I
the
like
one.
that's better.
Very
Yeah,
good
that's
safeguard.
a safeguard.
Just because a director may think that they're doing the
Mhm.
best thing for the school.
Yeah.
But because they're not understanding Waldorf,
Yeah.
they're not.
Yes,
And they might
exactly.
have the best intentions, but they're just not understanding, right? And
Mhm.
I've watched those that
Yep.
understand Waldorf feel like they're trying to carry a whole school with no one listening to them, right?
Mhm.
Yes. You did
Mhm.
watch that.
I feel like I'm at the Constitutional Convention.
This is what our retreat is for.
This is
This
what
is the work.
happens from trauma. Yes, that's
I
right.
just feel
Going
like
through trauma,
Mhm.
we owe so much to the people who did it wrong.
yes,
Right?
I guess
Because
because they
You
taught
just
us.
never,
we
you
needed to.
never expect that these things will happen,
Mhm.
No.
but then it's like, oh. And I think the reality of it's very, Carol's one of a kind. Like,
I know.
you don't find people who are really good at being directors and very deep in Waldorf.
Yes, that's hard to find.
So I think we always need to safeguard that the director has checks on their power.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, as
I-
we found,
I think part of
you
that
know,
too is we
and
really
all
need to
the trainings. And all the trainings, they keep talking about how the teacher's advocate is the director, but when
Mhm.
the director goes off the rails, then the teachers don't have an advocate either.
Well, and I think our model is just very unique in that way, right?
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
other models won't have this issue
No.
that the director may not be aligned with the
Mhm.
pedagogy.
Mhm.
I also think that this is really the importance of a decent board.
Mhm.
Because Carol, I love you to death, but if you go off the rails, Marta, Thesa, Susan, and I'm pretty sure Carrie as well, will fire you.
Yeah.
I expect you to.
Yeah.
Protect
So,
my baby from
and
me.
that's why I think you want us here as well. Because, like,
Yeah.
I have wanted to fire principals since second grade, Carol. So you just let me know if you want to go off the rails with Waldorf.
Yeah, that's
No,
right.
not in my plan.
It's just
Okay.
easy to get in this false sense of security, right?
Yes,
With
that's right.
Carol,
And we
it's
could
like,
trust,
have
yeah.
to- We
Mhm.
have to protect the future.
Yeah.
I agree.
So all teachers must be hired by a consensus of the executive director, dean of pedagogy, and dean of students.
I like that.
So then do we need like a follow-up if that doesn't happen? Like,
Well,
To
we're
go
putting
like
it into
this.
the policy, so it has to happen or else they could be fired.
Yeah.
yeah.
Then my head's on the chopping block for not following policy.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, there's already procedures for that. Yeah.
Okay.
And so far, all of the teachers have been a consensus of all three of us. I mean, like that is kind of how I do it, but you're right. Not everybody will necessarily. And, yeah, so I
just
think that will
in the
be,
future, it's a real possibility that the executive director will be the least qualified in Waldorf,
Yes, that is a worry.
right?
Mhm.
So we need to make sure that they don't have more.
I mean, also, and maybe I would like to add to this policy, it's not in here yet, but executive director turnover policy, that whenever possible, that we line up the successor before the director leaves. And
That
that
would
there's
be nice.
there's a period of, so we can work on that. I mean, that's not critical right now. That is the intention and that is the, so just as far as the board having intentions for the turnover of the director, whenever possible, we start lining that up. And even if it's that we always have a successor in mind, right? Like if something should happen to me, God forbid, in the next month, whatever, like, let's go ahead and have a successor lined up and ready for just in case, if that
In
makes
the case
sense.
that we do need to fire the director, there's not all that drama
Mhm.
of like, wait, can the board do that? Like we.
Yeah.
We.
A
can, like,
clear
refer to the
policy around,
policy,
yeah.
like, yes, we can.
We need a good policy for a transition. That's right.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely work on adding that. I don't think we don't have to get that today, but
Yeah. let's
transition
add that.
policy and successor,
Yes.
an interim, I'm gonna say an interim
Uh-huh.
director,
Yeah.
appointed.
So it looks
Just
like our,
the drama, that would be fantastic.
Okay, so separation, mission, resignation, employees are encouraged, there's like 3 more paragraphs. Employees are encouraged to provide written notice of resignation. Professional staff are requested to provide at least 30-day calendar notice whenever it's practicable, whenever it's able. At-will employment just designates that unless otherwise required by law or expressly stated in a written agreement approved by the governing board, all employment remains at will per Utah law. At-will employment means that either the employee or the school may terminate employment at any time with or without notice, with or without cause, subject to applicable law. Nothing contained in this policy, an employee handbook, evaluation process, improvement plan, employee application, offer letter, or other school document shall create a contract of employment and alter the at-will nature. So just making sure that all of those other pieces listed here also have at-will hiring language. Mid-year termination review. So something happens mid-year. We have a process for getting rid of this. And this also protects me from getting rid of people that I feel threatened by, right? Just because I want to. So the executive director may recommend termination of an employee during the school year. Prior to a final decision on a recommendation mid-year termination, the governing board may conduct a personnel review in closed session as permitted by Utah Open Public Meetings Act. The review may include the governing board, executive director, employee's direct supervisor, the employee themselves, and legal counsel or other individual authorized by the governing board to speak on the situation. The purpose of the review is to allow the governing board to receive information regarding this recommendation, to let go of the employee and allow the employee an opportunity to respond. Following this review, the governing board may uphold, modify, or reject the recommendation for termination. This process does not create a property interest in employment, contractual employment rights, or any right inconsistent with at-will employment. And the policy will be reviewed annually. So that is as it's stated. I think definitely within the next year, adding a transition policy for the director. Because the director is a special case, so making sure that the parameters around the director being hired needs to be added to this policy. But as it stands, for employment and hiring over the next year, is there any other questions or concerns about anything in this policy, Sarah?
I have one slightly related to it. Do we want to require a board approval or disapproval for the hiring and firing of the dean of pedagogy and student?
Ooh. That's a-
Not that we get
that's a
to
good idea.
select them, but just we have to okay it.
Okay,
Because
because
we
it
don't
has to
want
do
the
with our
executive
charter.
Director
Stacking.
firing our dean of pedagogy.
Yes, and or
one I did say.
dismissing.
Checks and balances.
I think it would be
Mhm.
good to have. And that's also because we have a responsibility on the board to be overseeing the charter and
Mhm.
the charter is implemented. So I think that would be a good thing to add.
And I would argue that's the case except for emergency firings.
Right. Even emergency firings, they're suspended pending review under
then yeah.
under whatever allegations. I mean, unless they come in with a gun to fire up the school or whatever, like unless
Put
they're
them on
like
administrative
actually
leave for
arrested in
that,
front
at
of us,
least. Yeah.
right? But most allegations require suspension and review, and that would be that hearing. Under final hiring authority, I'm going to say the dean of students, and I'm going to put pedagogy first. Pedagogy and dean of students. Let's see. No, the governing board must ratify
Yes. Or
the decision of the executive director for Okay, is that language capture? The governing board must ratify the hiring decision of the executive director for the dean of pedagogy and dean of students only.
For the hiring of. I would take out only. Just, okay.
Mhm.
Sarah, you're so good to catch those. little
I know.
things.
Love it.
We're so grateful.
This was,
because of
this
you.
was drafted at 11 o'clock last night, people, so this is why we discuss it.
It's excellent, Carol.
Yeah, it is.
Any other questions or additions, or knowing that we'll also work on that transition policy for throughout the next few
Yeah.
months?
I think that's great.
Okay,
Okay, do we have someone who would vote to approve the policy for employment as read by our director this morning?
Wait, we have to not vote, it's
Oh, who would motion?
motion.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
who would-
motion
who would
Do we
move?
have someone who would motion to approve the policy for
Oh, you
employment?
turd ass.
I motion to approve the.
That was
policy
yellow.
of-
Thank you,
for
Carrie.
employment.
Carrie's made the
second the
motion.
motion.
Is there someone who could second that?
Marta just did.
Marta just did, okay. So let's have our vote about the policy for employment now. In favor, Susan McDonald, Sarah Archibald, Marta Barlow, Carrie Schippers, Christian Swenson, Lisa. Yes, we have a hand up.
Are all in approval.
We're all in approval as a quorum.
Okay, so I think that, let me just look really quick at our readiness to open. I think the last thing is just to, I already showed you the student and parent handbook. So just in a brief word, this is what it looks like. The policies are alphabetical. It's 176 pages. The board has approved most of these things. There are some statutory definitions that we had to add. So, and this red document, these are our definitions that we had to add here. We had to add scope of media restrictions for our school, the action plan. So this is all in our technology policy. Action plans for and parental communication, staff protections and grievance for, so the school employee grievance process for abusive contact. Most of the rest of this we have all approved, yeah. Let me just scroll through and make sure I've got
This is called
the
school
discipline policy.
Manual.
Yes, this is the school
doing-
policy manual. So this is at this point, since we are deferring, this is just kind of the board approves it as it stands, and we have the opportunity to come back and review it next spring. So you've got plenty of time to read through it and study it. You've seen most of these policies. We also might want to consider, do we want the same policy for everybody? Students and parents see what the employee designations are, and the employees obviously need to know the student and parent, but do we keep it this way, or do we simplify this 176 pages for students and parents for just what they need?
But is it easier to remember?
Just have it on someplace on the website.
Yeah, and so that's what we've got. So this is the document that the team has assembled with all required documents for a student and parent and employee handbook. And anyway, so that's all that I have. Those are the additions from other policies that we've already reviewed. I don't see anything else that needs to be.
As far as
Address.
discussion, is there someone who feels like they would
Any
like to
questions or?
postpone this vote, or should we have the vote and get this done today for?
I think we go ahead and, I mean, just as my recommendation, we're just voting to approve that this is our handbook as it stands.
The
And we
school
review it next year in
handbook.
readiness to open anyway.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Is significant.
So this is just approving the handbook.
So do I have someone who would make a motion to approve our school policy manual or handbook?
I would ask if there's any any questions on the handbook before we
Oh, okay.
actually vote. So are there any last questions or concerns about the handbook? Okay, go ahead with your vote.
Okay, do I have a motion for someone to approve a vote on the school policy manual?
The hell was that?
You just
I
ran
motion to
over something.
Thank you, Christian. Christian's approved
Oh,
the
someone's
Like a
motion.
boot.
backpack is right
We have
there.
someone who is
second
could
it.
second the vote on our school policy manual.
I can
Thank you,
second it.
Carrie. Okay, let's do a vote on the school policy manual. In favor, Susan McDonald, Sarah Archibald, Marta Barlow, Christian Swenson, Carrie Shippers, Thesa Kalinigos. I see a hand up. We have a quorum of vote for the school policy manual. And is there there's this like budget approved? and-
Yes, I do have a budget to present to the board after lunch. That's
After lunch, okay. All right,
If you adjourn for lunch.
we will adjourn our meeting we'll return again at, well, let's do, are we doing an hour?
12:45 is
12:45
30
to-
minutes. 1 o'clock is,
I have to leave.
do you want to see the budget first? Before we do, we could also just
I have to leave at 12:45.
do the,
But I
okay.
can be online. I just have to be in Saratoga like.
Okay.
What
Maybe
left
online.
what is left after this? If it's
So
just
we
the
have-
budget.
We have you. We have, let's see, after.
Oh,
lunch,
we have the
Administrative
administrative
evaluation.
evaluation and the board evaluation. Yeah, we
Yes.
do have quite a bit of
Yeah,
work to still do.
yeah.
It's a long day, guys.
We can do
But
the
if you want
budget
to after lunch and you just
Sure.
join online for the rest of the day,
Well,
So,
I have an
Or
MRI,
until-
so I
okay.
won't be able to
the rest of it.
join during that, but I will be able to join until 1 and then.
Okay.
so should we meet
And then
back here at
just-
12:45 or 1
the
o'clock?
MRI, I can't,
Okay.
so, sorry.
That's okay. That is the thing.
Well, we could be back here at 1 and then that would give you time to get settled and come back with us.
No, she has a
No,
doctor's
I
appointment
have to
and
leave at 12:45.
We will not
Yeah,
have a
on-
quorum unless we can get Alicia back on.
I'll be able to be online from 12:45 to 1:15. I'm
that
not
won't get a
sure how
ton of
long
things.
my MRI will take,
Right.
maybe. But, and then I can get back on after that, but
Alternatively, I mean, as far as so, I mean, another option is that we do another 1-hour meeting later this month. I know schedules have been difficult, but if we can get together for just a short, go ahead and do the budget now, and then we could do some surveys, Sarah, of put together some surveys based on the board evaluation to have a shorter discussion and potentially just do it in 15 to 20 minutes of my evaluation and the board evaluation. Does that make sense? Does
Mhm.
everybody kind of get what I'm saying?
Except I think that the retreat, the whole point of it is the
Right.
discussion about our goals and our future and then you, and I
Yes,
just don't
but I think we could, what I'm suggesting is that we give the board a little bit more time to think about that piece. We put some surveys out that everybody answers by next Wednesday. That makes them think about these questions of how did we do, what goals, what feedback. And the same with me, how did I do this year? Here's the things on my contract. How did I do on this? So then the discussion can be like 5 or 10 minutes on the survey results. We put the survey results together and come back to meet and we say, this is what the board collectively thought about how we did last year. These are some of the goals. We have maybe a 15-20 minute discussion. It's less than an hour of a meeting to finish the work.
okay, I apologize, I was wrong. I don't have to be in Saratoga till 1:30,
Okay,
if that makes a difference.
so you
So
have
I
to
gotta
leave.
here by 1. I
leave
can
here
be
by
on-
1.
I can be online until 1:30,
Okay.
and then I'm happy to join back up.
How
I
long? I
can
mean, that usually takes like an hour or so. I mean, you gotta wait for everybody to get checked in and you're probably looking at 2 hours.
I feel like they can be pretty quick.
Okay,
I would say an hour max.
okay.
I just have
Well-
to have one, so. It's a weird one though. So I don't know.
That
Yeah.
budget on the on the budget, is that a long one too? I mean, is it?
I don't think the budget will take very long. It's just going over, this is where we spent the money and where we had planned to spend the money and this is the final.
Don't we
thing.
have to
No, the
have that
policy.
conversation at the end of the month again to finalize our next budget?
So I have the
Budget
report
approved.
from, I have the report from how our last year budget did. We do still have to approve a budget for next year. And some of that is pending some of the information coming back from the state on various accounts and requirements. And going through the required contracts.
I would recommend that we skip to the end a little bit on this one and get your approval through so that we can discuss re-upping your contract, because you're no longer employed with us at the end of the month, and I see that as a major issue.
Probably not important.
Carol's not allowed to run away. So I would recommend we get that in really quickly before we go to lunch, if we can.
Okay.
And then we can discuss those things. And I wouldn't even mind discussing, what do we want to talk about as a board and having that conversation. If people want to send me questions, I can compile a list and send it out to people, do a survey. But I think we need to at least get Carol her contract.
Yeah.
That's true.
I like you fed, Carol.
So our board review can be
You can,
postponed. Is that
yeah.
what we're thinking, doing the postponing of the board review, which is what the retreat's really partly for, but that's okay.
It's not a normal year.
It isn't a normal year.
We're still in the messiness. So my contract, let me just pull it up. Do you want me to share my screen again?
Yes, administration contract. I don't have that.
Get my mouse back. Can I not? Okay. So you hired me. The scope of the work was to set up the applicable accounts for the operation of the school, limited, but not limited to our domain and website, email service, public notice website, student information system, anything else required by the state. Coordinate with the finance committee to recommend proposed budgets for the governing board approval. That was done a long time ago and is in the process now. Coordinate with the state charter school board and state school board to complete the pre-operational checklist and ensure compliance with operations. Complete the state required pre-operational trainings, educate the governing board on best practices, schedule and conduct the board trainings. Work with you guys on those things, recommend, coordinate, and oversee the contract services that we set up at the school. The developers so that was roundtable funding and the One West that was helping with the building, Red Apple for financial management. We have a legal counsel, our IT support, and then the utilities through like our internet through UETN. Prepare the required documentation for entering into contracted services. So we prepared the RFPs and the bid requests as those big contracts required. Interviewing and recommending individuals for the initial staff positions. So we found the Dean of Pedagogy, we found we have a registrar, a Dean of Students, purchasing the items required to perform our project objectives, and stay within the budget's task responsibilities, perform duties to establish operations under the direction of the governing board and in participation with any necessary committees, ensure all pre-operational tasks were completed to prepare the school for its projected opening, collaborate with the governing board and relevant committees to maintain efficiency and smooth progress throughout the project, oversee day-to-day activities related to the preparation of the school's operations, ensuring tasks are executed within timelines and budgets, monitoring the progress of work streams and making adjustments as needed to ensure successful setup of school and operations, ensure compliance with all required regulations and standards for school operations, including relevant state requirements, coordinate meetings and training sessions for the governing board and other key stakeholders, manage contracts and vendor relations, including negotiating and overseeing agreements with external service providers and contractors as approved and finalized by the governing board. Ensure effective use of the allocated budgets, tracking expenditures, making recommendations for budget adjustments as needed. Evaluate and recommend staffing needs and assist in the recruitment process to ensure the right individuals are selected to prepare for the school. So those were what I was required to do throughout this year. Any questions to the board, from the board to me on any of these items? And then just, if you want me to leave the room while you discuss how well I did, I can do that too.
Actually, we're doing things a little bit differently. We'd like to ask you questions and have you share with us on these.
I think we could do that too. I mean, this was just a suggestion,
Mhm.
not necessarily if you still want to go with that, you can do
Mhm.
that too. I thought reviewing I think if we go through the contract fully and then those might apply. Like this is what I'm being evaluated against, is this list of requirements.
Okay. I don't have that though, so I can't read it to ask you about. Okay.
You can read whatever you want. That's right. That's what I just reviewed. Those are my tasks and responsibilities and
So maybe
Carol?
we should have had you just say yes to.
that's being shared. So
Carol,
right
I've got a
now, the
question.
Go ahead,
If you were
Sarah.
rewriting that contract today, what should have been on there that wasn't?
I think this contract was perfect for the past year that we had.
Okay, is there anything that you would do differently if you were, I mean, besides marketing, right? Is there anything that we should have done differently for this pre-operational year that we should change for next year, or that you should?
Well, next year we have to do something way different, right? Because of our budget.
Well, so my, right now, we're not discussing like my salary or anything, we're just discussing like how did my progress go for the
Duties, yeah.
tasks and duties? Like, were these tasks and duties sufficient for the past year? My personal opinion is that, I mean, that's the work that we did this past year.
Okay.
From the board's experience and working with me and the monthly meetings that we've had throughout, do you feel like I completed the tasks that are listed here? This is shared with them on the screen, so as you scroll through,
Okay.
they'll see those tasks that I just read.
So should we go task by task and just kind of have I don't know. This is too long to do a discussion on each one of
What is
these.
which is why I kind of just read them all and
Yeah.
and
Yes.
just
Well,
overall.
she did set up
You
the
just have to
accounts
say
for
you're
the
doing your
school.
job. I think she's doing her job.
Yeah, yeah. Can
Was
we?
there anything when I read that list, did anything flag in anybody's mind of, I don't think we accomplished that?
No.
Gross
If
error or
I,
negligence?
so I'm going to be nitpicky, Carol, my apologies.
Go
I
for
think
it.
we are missing a few policies. If you could just get those done sometime before next year, I'd be happy. Like the grievance policy and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, we
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have a grievance policy. That's right.
So I'm going
Mhm.
to bring that one up. And then I do think if we're going to get a new policy or new thing with you, I think we need to have some guidelines or some emphasis on enrollment as well. Not that I
Yes.
don't think that you're not going to be working your butt off for enrollment, but just
Right.
we're either going to be evaluating for you for enrollment in the fall or not evaluating you in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
So because we also need to decide what we're going to evaluate Carol on next year.
Yeah, we don't really have we don't have a set list yet of everything we want to evaluate you on
Mhm.
yet.
Yeah, so right now it's just against this contract. So, determining
Mhm.
what does the
Yes.
next year's contract look like. I honestly, I think this was appropriate and efficient and codified the work that we did last year.
Yes.
So yes, enrollment numbers were not met. I don't know how much is that my fault. I mean, I think some of it perhaps is.
Not
As much as it's the
Mm.
feeder program fault, and as much as it's the
Mhm.
building program fault, and as much as it's the
Mhm.
Perfect.
Mhm.
so but yes, I think enrollment metrics are not that they were never critical, but that is the major task of the next year.
Yes. I
So
think
in
for
this
last year you did a very good job.
Oh, thank you.
I
Mhm.
just think we also have to discuss what we want to do for next year as well, if we
Yeah.
I mean, when we, let's be honest, because I don't know anyone else to do it. Get Carolyn
Well,
on a
and
contract.
these things get tighter as we go.
Yeah, do we wanna have like a form in the future that's like an evaluation form? Is that
Yes.
where, like,
That's what we're working on, but we
on?
have multiple questions and we also have now an outline. Carol and I actually talked about an outline for specifics on, relationship with
realms
realms of
Of my job,
yeah.
right? So like, how well am
but
I
we
doing
don't
in
have that
community
created
outreach
right now.
and, right, and the,
Relationship with the students and relationship with the teachers
and board, and the
and
board and
board
fiscal
and-
responsibility and like, what are the realms of my job?
Be something we continue to flush out.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So really this contract ended its timeline at December, that because we were looking at that CSP grant and that that the employment would change, and it didn't, but it also just kind of continued. The payment schedule was for $70,000. This contract, it says that would be no later than June 30th, but this was also made with the plan that it would, so we adjusted this, but that didn't include any June payment. And so I will say $80,000 was the final salary based on the payment schedule. But that goes from last January through this June, the end of this month.
I don't think I just followed what you said.
So this
But you
says
said-
70,000,
Okay.
yes. But there was an error in calculations that I would have ended those payments at the beginning of May. And so the real amount is 80,000, but that also is for like a year and a half. That was last January through this year that this was to compensate all of the work in that.
I was paying you for all the free flavor you did before.
Yeah, to compensate for those months that, yeah.
For legal reasons, in case we are audited on that one, when
Mhm.
we update the contract, can whatever numbers that need to be shifted so that we are compliant and we're not just giving you an extra $10,000 bonus be adjusted
Put that on
appropriately?
next year's pay?
Yes.
Yeah, that the next contract goes from June of this
Yes.
month. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, we can move that, I think. Is there something in the chat that I'm missing?
Thesis said it was also a learning curve.
Mm-hmm.
That Carol, we have had your lessons from this year on board for the coming year. Thank you for all your work. I am amazed at what you have to cover. In Africa, we call this the elephant gear.
Oh, thank you. The elephant year. So the performance indicators, so this was just how my progress was to be evaluated, that I gave summary of accomplished tasks and every month in the report, the progress to opening and the projects and recommendation of next steps, and that the governing board approves them every month. So that happened in my administrative reports throughout the school year. And I report directly to and collaborate with the governing board in managing the tasks and board members talk about my progress. So I don't know if there's any additional conversation there, but if you want to talk about that performance evaluation there, I don't know that there were any concerns that came up throughout the year, but
It's hard because we really need you to teach us how to do this.
I don't know that I'm any better at this point, and we do have the signed one on file in my office. So anyway, any other questions or concerns on my previous contract itself? And if you want to go through those other questions,
Okay. Well, these questions are optional. Should we just evaluate you this year on the administration review? Then is that what we're saying?
That we kind of turn this into a survey and let everybody kind of do that and then have a final discussion.
Are we doing a vote to,
I don't know.
because I don't have a vote here, Carol.
So I think part of
approve
the work
your
also is,
contract for next year.
right, and then what are the parameters in that contract, I think.
Sarah, I don't see an approval for her on this,
It
on the
was
outline we have.
something we were editing at the very end. So it's the vote to approve and then
Something
a
blank.
break says what it is. So if we would like to,
It says a break.
yes,
But instead of the break, it should be to approve my contract.
yes,
To approve the director's contract.
yes, that was an error.
We don't have a contract like this. I mean, I think one option would be,
Instead of a contract, could we approve your position in the school as director or something like that, rather
so-
than a contract?
well, so budgetary wise, if I'm an official employee instead of a contract service for provider like we did this past year, then we also have to pay the full salary and benefits. I mean, like, it just is more tricky as a full employee, and taxes have to come out and all of that. Being paid on this contract service provider as the project manager to continue. So I mean, I think one legitimate vote is to
So-
extend this contract
Okay,
to
so we could
continue
extend.
for another 12 months, and that we will adjust
Extend the administration contract.
yeah. So right now, we just pay me and I'm in charge of all of my taxes and everything. And it's just the amount of pay will be determined by the end of the month as we look at what our budget for next year is and how much we have to pay out for certain things and what's left over for paying our people.
So pretty much the contract is continuing, but we have to adjust the pay based on our budget.
Right. So the pay, like I have no idea how much we're able to do.
Is Jeff able to help us with that?
Yes. So that's something that he and I are working on. Like, it's not ready for approval today. And that's the other meeting the board's gonna have to meet at some point for even just 15 minutes to look at numbers and say, yes, we approve these numbers.
So can we vote to continue your contract?
To extend the
And-
administration contract into the 27-28
28
school
full year
year.
in preparation to open.
With like what's the word I'm looking for?
Pending budgetary
approval of
review.
the-
Yeah, so honestly, I think we just add an addendum to the bottom of it, like we add an amendment. There's a provision in this contract for that. So we're gonna add an amendment to
I'm
extend
going
my
to-
contract another year.
I would propose that we vote to continue Carol's
preparation to open.
contract or administrator's
Uh-huh.
contract pending
And I
a
think
budgetary
that,
review.
that we add the additional provision, like, Sarah, help me with the language. But like that most of these job tasks were completed, right? Like, so the tasks, where we add a new section of the tasks for my job over this next year is to ensure enrollment.
Add a grievance policy.
Complete any other any of the other final paperwork that hasn't been fully
And prepare
completed
the
yet.
school for opening,
Um,
maybe? And prepare final opening procedures and policy.
any other tasks, or is my question making sense to you, Sarah? Do you know what I'm trying
Yes.
to?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you muted? Your sound is not on.
No. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I would say, and to prepare the school for final opening with final policies, hiring, and contracts.
Let's see. Say that one more time.
to prepare the school for its opening by completing and finalizing policy, contract, and hiring decisions.
Great.
And then I vote to continue our administration contract by rehiring Carol with pending budgetary considerations that we will need to take at the end of the month.
You motion to vote for that?
You motion instead of vote? You move, you make a motion. You said vote.
I vote to.
Well, she's saying that we have to, this is what the vote would be about.
Yeah,
Right, she has to make a motion to have that vote.
to have a
right?
vote, yeah.
I know,
Oh.
but she's just giving me the wording to say the,
Oh, okay.
I make a okay, hold on. I make a motion to continue our administration contract by rehiring Carol for the year pending budgetary review by the end of the month.
Budgetary review and salary.
Mhm.
mhm.
Okay,
I
Thesa.
second that wordy motion.
Okay.
Okay. And there's Marta. Thank you so much. Okay, should we have a vote of our board now? In favor, Susan McDonald, Sarah Archibald, Marta Barlow, Christian Swenson, Carrie Shippers, and Thesa Kalinikos. So we have a quorum vote for on that motion.
Thank you for continuing your confidence in me. I
Definitely.
was so worried.
Really does know that we're toast.
Yeah, we need you or there'd be nothing here. Okay, so should we motion to adjourn the whole meeting since or do you want to come back still after lunch?
I mean, I think that's a
Because we can't
little
do a
bit of an
vote
open
on
discussion.
anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's.
Do
have a
you want to
discussion about
see the
that.
budget really quick?
I don't, we can come back after lunch if we want to, because the board doesn't have to vote on anything during the board review.
That's true.
If you have to vote, can Alyssa join?
Alicia?
Alicia, you haven't been able to get a hold of her, have you, Sarah?
I have messaged her. She responded a couple times. I think she's still working right now. Wasn't able to get it off of work, so I'm updating her, but she hasn't been responding for a little bit now.
So it's 12:45, 12:43.
If you guys want to start again, we can discuss, and if we need to go, I can come back, or you can go.
Do we want to wait till 1:30 for lunch and just keep going and finish then at 1:30?
I feel like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a part of the board. I don't have a say in the.
Take my meds this morning and I'm only just now realizing, so.
Uh-huh.
Carol,
So what
Is
are we
there-
thinking about? Do we take a break right now or do we want to stay and work through and then go home earlier, like at 12? at
Or
1:30?
adjourn and then finish this in a later meeting.
Oh, we could do that also.
or
right.
would you want to? I know, Carol, you mentioned ordering Zupas. I don't know if people would want to order luncheon and have a working lunch. I mean, I've eaten off camera while you guys are all sitting here, so I don't have anything to complain about.
So we're deciding between adjourning now, continuing for a little bit longer. Is there a third option?
Yeah, so adjourning now, having a meeting later in the month. That's option one. Adjourning now, having a lunch break, coming back and finishing things today.
Right.
We still have to meet later to discuss full budget.
What else do we have to discuss today? I mean, besides budget, what else? do we
The
have
board
discuss
needs to evaluate themselves and set goals and priorities for next year.
Oh, yeah, then we have the board meeting.
That's right. Yeah, that one.
I like option 2.
Which was,
Breaking for lunch and then coming back and doing whatever we need to do for the rest of the time.
Okay,
Does that work for you?
I can push through if I need to.
Can you?
Let's
can-
do
you wanna
budget
Join on,
right now
do you want to join on?
so that we don't have to meet later. If that's okay.
Do you
Well,
wanna-
we
Well,
still
I-
need to discuss
I
board
would prefer we
performance.
do the,
Maybe I could.
I would still,
do that.
I would prefer we do board performance than budget policies.
Well, but if we lose Carrie, we don't have a quorum. And
But-
so I need to approve the budget
Okay,
before we lose a quorum.
all right.
Is this our final
It's the
budget
only-
for the year?
So yeah, so let me kind of walk you through what we've got. So this is our, let me see if I can actually get it on the other screen. So that
It's a part of
everybody,
that pre-operational school progress evaluation.
well, yeah. And, oops. And one of the major responsibilities of the board.
We're approving the budget that we've just gone through
And
Budget
our
and
proposed for next year
for the
both.
previous year.
Yeah. So I'm gonna share this one. And, okay, let me move you guys out of it. Okay, can everybody see this budget detail report on the
Yes.
TV? Okay. So I wish I could get this.
Wait, is this a budget for an operating year?
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
This is this year right now.
Okay.
This is our second pre-operational year. And this is a tentative in that first year of operation, what we do.
Okay. All three.
So, so with the way that we have our account set up, we've made $450 on the Gold Sweep account with the interest with the Zions Bank. So that's good. We have additional there. So we got the 200,000 for the revolving loan. I don't see here's the startup grant. So all of this are potential revenues, ways that we get money. And so this is, and that was the revolving loan. Yeah. And so our total revenue for this first year was $519,450. This year in our expenses, educational services, this includes my salary and Chalice's salary that we had on our initial on our initial budget. That also includes other support services that we've had throughout the year. Professional development was the conferences and the tour that we did. This is Red Apple's payments. This is the IT services. This was what we paid in the lease of the building, which was significantly less than what we original budgeted for. It's been about $85 for the phone. We have the one office phone. It's like $18 a month, which is really good. We've spent almost $50,000 on marketing. This also includes Scala's
Fees.
yeah, most of that was Scala. The travel was from our collaboration and professional development. Our office supplies that we've used, the curriculum. So this is the books that we've purchased, and I need to go back to what the computer software and things like that. Computers that we've purchased for the office people, and then technology related hardware, like the charging cords and the keyboards and different things. And then dues and fees was
Alliance.
yeah, and things like that, and miscellaneous charges. So the total expenses that we've had was 176,641. And so we have 142,809 left over from that original budget. And so there were some areas that we underspent and then reallocated to some other areas.
When you talked about um, the salary paid for you and Chalice, does that include Tanya and Braden also?
They're paid out of the
Oh, okay.
revolving loan and
Okay.
the other bucket.
Okay.
It also it also would include their salaries too, because this is including both the revolving loan and the
Okay.
yeah,
So is
this
this
is including
line
both.
just salaries?
Yeah. That's what we paid. We had by the end of it, we had 6 people. So we had myself, we had Chalice, we had Tanya, we had Braden, we had Veronica. Braden went part-time in the past couple of months and Emma came on part-time. So that's that, yeah, that's the salaries. So it looks like we're looking at 91,000 for the next year in paying people. And this is just kind of some preliminary numbers. This will be Red Apple's contract for the next year. Audit services that we'll need to include, and this is the how much it will be to have IT support our computers over the next year, based on that's $49 a month per computer. Really cheap, actually. We're planning on $35,000 dedicated to marketing for next year, and the board will have to decide if that Scala contract will be renewed and take that, or if we're going to reallocate that to other marketing needs. Still including a little bit of travel for collaboration with other schools, including $15,000 to prepare for next year in opening in furnitures and fixtures, so getting student desks and things like that.
But that says technology.
Oh, that would be computers. Yeah, we can,
Furniture doesn't have anything under it.
I think he's thinking computers, but I think so like this is still a draft, and based on the conversations that we had, I think this can be put off. We are still going to need to prepare for teacher computers. I think this is $15,000. That's going to be some that includes our printers and copiers and teacher computers and things to start up for the school.
So
That also
we don't
includes
know if we'll
our
need
server
furniture
rack.
next year or not, because we
Right.
don't know what we'll be having to purchase or not.
Yeah.
depending
So
on-
that'll come, so a lot of those, so that's this here. So this is
Yeah,
once,
closer
and
to when we
so this
open.
one, this third column starts July 1st of next year. So we still have a couple of months in that. So we're anticipating $10,000 in investments from that account. We're planning in working on some fundraising to get some additional funds there. So these are all of this will be our WPU that we're getting from our teachers, allotment for special education. And these are estimated numbers that get adjusted on our October 1st count. So some of these are federal funding dollars that we're anticipating based on averages of schools. There's educator stipends that come in. This is a grant that can help us pay for a school counselor.
We don't have that. We're just hoping to have that. Is that why that's highlighted?
I think so. So that's pending on applying for the grant and getting approval for it. The school land trust will be another thing. So this is a special team that we put together of mostly parents that look at the school needs and then put together a budget for. So this can be used if the team determines that the best way to improve our student success is to have better trained Waldorf teachers, then the professional development cost for that can be dedicated to that. So the school actually gets to say, this will help us improve our student outcomes. That's what that budget is for. This Teacher and Student Success Act goes on top of teacher salaries. So it's already built into our salary schedule to make sure that we have competitive salaries for the teachers. And then this is federal funding based on school lunch program and numbers from there. So administrative costs. So this will be for our 3 administrator. That number looks low. I need to talk to him about that. But teacher salaries, special education, stipends. This budget is just a basic place to start. We don't have to approve this 3rd column at all. So,
That does not seem like very much in salaries.
No, that's not a good salary for administrators.
This one is still very much in a draft and we have 12 months to finalize those numbers. So this is also the benefits that would go with it. Those are calculated as a percentage from the salaries, and the workman's compensation and unemployment are base numbers. And then additional services, paying a contractor for special education, professional development costs, business. So this would be Red Apple's contract in that point. Our legal services and audit services and technology services for computers to support all the computers in the school. Our rent, I think this is based on the other building that this is the number that we figured. These costs are actually included in that rent. I think he pulled them out because it's a little bit less, but it's all included in the rent. Lisa, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question about this year's budget. How can you spend 35,000 on miscellaneous?
I can't understand anything that you're saying, actually. The sound is coming through, but it's kind of all slurred together.
Maybe speak up. See if we can hear you better.
I'm wondering how we can spend 35,000 on miscellaneous.
I had that same.
75,000 on what?
35 on miscellaneous.
What?
So miscellaneous costs, for us this year?
Yes.
How did we spend that this year?
So that's anything that doesn't fall under those other categories. This is, some of it is the marketing, I think. I still need to go back over some of these. It just kind of depends on, I don't know if some of the salaries are included in this. I don't know if, I need to get more information from Jeff on some of these.
Yeah, I would be interested in knowing how exactly we got to 35,000 on that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still conversations to be had. So this is the draft that I have right now. I know what most of these are, but like I said, I don't remember all of the things that are, the state categorizations are not easy to go through.
Some of these
And
things just get stuck in miscellaneous.
yeah, and I think some of these were that they didn't have some of their people put things in categories that other schools, they look at something and they say, oh, typically that's here. And they haven't been listening to when I say it goes to this budget. So we're still working on that communication piece. So this first year is a little bit, and I want to clean up these numbers quite a bit. So we are going to have to meet and talk about this again. So that's where we are in this. And like I said, some of these numbers are still pending other information and decisions. So
What do we do
unfortunately,
now?
I don't know that I think
We're not ready for
I don't think we're ready for a vote.
vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is the information that I
Okay.
have, and I wanted to get it to the board while there's a quorum in case there was something to do about it.
Okay. I also show procurement procedures finalized to be board approved today.
Oh, yeah, we've never set procurement policies. So far, our policy has been to follow the state procurement laws, but we do need more specific, and I don't think we're ready for that either. That needs to be pushed off. It's
I-
how we acquire, how we make purchasing decisions and how we acquire things over a certain dollar amount.
Okay.
So. So we do need to review the final, this is the draft, that we have, and we do need to review a final budget by the end of the month.
Okay.
I think our conversation with the State Charter Board next Thursday will also help get better numbers on those budgets as we go forward. Yep.
Should someone motion to approve to adjourn? Doing that, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So are we taking lunch break and
Lunch-
then assessing? So
Okay, do I have someone who would motion to adjourn our meeting and have a lunch break from now until 2:00? Well, 2:00 is when we're gonna leave. So should we just adjourn the meeting entirely? Okay.
and then finish this, do the surveys and a finish.
Should we also make Sarah, could you send out the surveys again in a form that we can all just kind of fill them out and send it back to you? And then we'll
I'd be
find another
happy
time to
to,
meet.
but could we, maybe not today, but shortly, could I run those questions by you, Susan, just so I get someone else's eyes on it before I send it out to the board?
Sure, that would be fine, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
And is there a day before the 30th in the next 2 weeks that the board could meet again for an hour to finalize the tasks?
I won't have service after.
Why doesn't someone just set a date and time and we'll work around it? We'll move
yeah, I
heaven
think
and
that's the
earth to
best
make
way to
it.
do it. We just can't, everyone can't throw out dates. So,
I mean, I just went to Tooele and back.
No phone service.
When?
Starting on the 21st.
Let's do this coming Tuesday.
There are things that are happening next Thursday
right.
that will have an impact on the rest of these decisions.
Better than I
What
expected.
about June 27th? It's a Saturday. Is that okay with you, Carol?
that's okay
Um,
with me, June
I'm-
27th.
Would you
I'm
rather do a
okay.
Friday?
I won't.
Carrie will be completely unavailable and no service after the 21st until,
Until late that Saturday night, so the 27th, just depends.
Okay,
So the
what if we
29th or
did the
30th?
28th at a
a
stupid
Sunday.
hour, like 7 a.m.?
Can-
a Sunday?
Yes, because she'll be back. And no one should be doing anything at 7 a.m. If not, shame on you. Don't do that.
Sleeping.
Well, I'm just saying if we do it really early, I know it's horrible. I have to get up at 6 if we are doing it at 7 because I'm an hour earlier.
Monday, the 29th?
29th.
Monday.
Yeah, that works.
Do we want to do it at 8 or do we want to do it at like 7 a.m.?
Before the 30th.
Well,
Monday, the 29th then?
at 7 PM or when?
An
Can we do
evening and
PM?
during the day, 2 PM, 8 AM.
Visa does not want to do 8 a.m.
Evening's easier.
Oh, evenings easy, mornings easier.
No, evening.
Evening
Seven's
for
fine
me.
Teaching in the afternoon.
Visa's teaching in the afternoon, so
7 o'clock, what about 7? So let's do Monday, the 29th at 7.
okay.
You'll send out an invite so we can put it on our calendars.
Yes.
Okay,
And we'll have documents sent ahead of time, and the surveys should be going out next week for everyone to finish, so you can finish it before you go. And it'll just be a matter of reviewing and voting and moving on.
This is surveys about high performance.
Yes,
Okay, So,
and goals for next year.
so we're doing that and budget. What else
Yes,
is on that agenda?
that's it. So it's board evaluation and goal setting and final approval of all the budgets.
Which sounds like what we should have done today. All right.
Chicken and the
Okay.
egg, welcome to
know.
this year.
Okay, do I have someone who can make a motion to adjourn our yearly retreat for our board?
I motion to adjourn the weekly.
I
retreat
second
for
it.
the board.
Yearly retreat.
Okay, and Sarah seconds it. Okay, let's have a vote. I'm in favor. Susan McDonald's in favor, and Christian Swenson's in favor, and Carrie Shippers is in favor. Thesa Kalinikos is in favor, and Sarah Archibald's in favor, and Marta Barlow's in favor. That is a quorum. Thank you for your attention to everything today and your board and coming. We really appreciate all the effort that's been put into coming today.
thank you.
Have a good lunch. and
Thank
a
you,
good
everyone.
afternoon.
I think we did what we needed to do today.
I
And
think
my
we got a lot done.
We did
are
get a
not
lot
as
done. It's
important
true.
as-
Yeah.
You guys.